Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming, for joining us. So this is the first morning session regarding the talks for our Division C. The title of this session will be Celebrating African Astronomy, Education, Outreach, and Heritage. We have 3 invited talks and then 2 contributed talks until the lunch session. So the first speaker will be, my name is Mirjana Pović. I work at the Space Science and Geospatial Institute in Ethiopia. So I will be chairing this first session. So the first invited talk will be given by Carla Michel from Sharper Michel from South Africa. And she will speak about the SKA's development and its impact on Southern Africa. So I will let you know when 3 minutes are left.
What is my total time?
Sorry?
What is my time allowance? 10 minutes?
No,
20. Oh, okay. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. So the presentation, there is a lot of writing on it. Please don't feel obliged to read it all. I'll just speak to it lightly, and I'm happy to share it if you would like to see more information. Sorry, trying to figure out this. Oh, okay. So when we bid as Africa to host the Square Kilometre Array, and in particular to host it in South Africa, we did so with the support of 8 partner countries in Africa. And in thanks for their bid, we agreed to implement radio astronomy infrastructure and radio astronomy capacity in these 8 countries. Originally, the idea was to develop the VLBI program, known as the AVN, and develop a network between these countries. We had decided to implement new dishes and refurbished telecoms dishes in these countries. And this program began with Ghana. We recently completed the final engineering phase of the conversion of the telecoms dish at Kuntunsi in Ghana. But this has been a long and difficult process due to resource constraints through COVID, various challenges we have in our country and these countries. We revisited the original AVN program and realized that capacity building and development in a much more holistic way was required to make these programs move forward and be sustainable, aside from just implementing dishes. So that was how we came up with rather the Africa Radio Astronomy program, which was a wider, more encompassing program incorporating the VLBI program, but also a number of other cross-cutting programs in HPC radio astronomy, inclusive of a number of areas that I will address as we go on. So what I'm presenting to you today is our Africa program. The new program vision is the sustainable establishment of African science, technology networks and skills, and the growth of science and technology capacity in our SKA Africa partner countries. We built this program strategy on 3 pillars. Most importantly, human capital development. Nobody wants instrumentation in their country and they can't do anything with it. So we put in place a number of collaborations to do development, from bursaries, school training, outreach and awareness, science engagement, internships, etc., etc. So I think to date, we've awarded over 160 bursaries for postgraduates in our Africa partner countries through the SORAO HCD program. Of course, research technology and technology infrastructure is essential. So the goal towards VLBI and the network, of course, is still a priority. But training telescopes and training instrumentation is our current immediate focus. And then funding and partnerships. This has been really important, working with our partner countries on their space strategies, policies, and developing governance to support these programs for their sustainability. And through my personal research and this program, we've seen that if academia industry and government aren't all collaborating together, making these programs viable and sustainable is very challenging. Another partner to this program as part of SORAO, but our HARTRA facility, the Hartebeesthoek Radio Astronomy Observatory, is a big partner in our training programs, in the VLBI program, and we're looking to develop a center of excellence and really focus on its unique offering of hosting individual unique instruments in astronomy, and also to be able to, because we have accommodation and we're adjacent to the National Space Agency, we're able to offer specialized training courses there. So accreditation is something we're working towards in that, at that facility. So I think, as we know, there's a digital skills divide or gap in Africa. There's hundreds of billions of dollars of investment opportunities or investment losses, we could see it as, in Africa due to this skills divide. And so a lot of our program is working towards development in this area. High performance computing has been a big focus of the Africa program. The CHPC, the Center for High Performance Computing in South Africa, has implemented computer labs and rolled out training high performance compute in our partner countries. And then through our partnership with DARA, we've been running big data schools. These big data schools, we partner with a number of different industries, whether each year it may be pharmaceuticals, it may be astronomy, and these students are taught programming skills and business skills, and then they have to do projects in big data, applying these skills. And as one of the judges and people that's always asked to close these data schools, the solutions that these young people come up with are incredible, using high-end skills from radio astronomy to solve real problems on the ground in their own countries has been quite enlightening. So this is a program we focus on very strongly. So the other area is co-location. So we had some challenges with resourcing at the Ghana site, and so we collaborated with a satellite a ground station supplier, and they put a ground station on the site. It's we make sure that it doesn't interfere with the radio astronomy. It doesn't do uplink when the dish is on, and they have a scheduling program. But this allows for revenue into the site that covers the cost of the fiber and the electricity. There's training on both dishes, because a person trained in radio astronomy operations and maintenance can supply that to both types of dishes. So we now have a collaboration that's contributing to the operational costs of the site. So this is a program where we're looking to roll out further. One, to provide resourcing for the sites, but two, also to provide data, Earth observation data to these sites, so that these governments can start utilizing Earth observation data to make informed decisions. So this is an example of one of the collaborative programs with industry. So DARA is our big partner on the human capital development side. DARA phases 1 and 2 are complete. They offered basic training to 326 people, and about 40 masters in total. They've just received funding for phase 3, and so another 450 people will be trained with a number of the big data programs and previous programs running. I think the first sets of radio astronomy and data training will happen at HARTRA in November, in Kenya, and then in HARTRA in November. So in talking about collaboration and the challenges we face, a new initiative we're working on with NETHEX is developing a program we call Africa First. So out of the development of Meerkat, we developed a high-performance compute system that is essentially a high-performance computer hermetically sealed in mineral oil. This can be deployed on a piece of concrete with access to fiber and electricity and a bit of shade cloth. It removes the need for very costly data facilities, And so this allows us to put these high performance compute boxes in rural areas and allows access to this compute. So for this system, each box allows 120 users, 20 concurrent users, and we want to distribute these across all our partner countries and any other countries that want to be involved, creating Africa's first distributed supercomputer. On this, we'll be putting an open source platform where we will host data, meerkat data, science data, Earth observation data, and allow access to young digital entrepreneurs, or old ones, for that matter, and governments, academia, etc., so that data can be shared and created into information that can inform good decisions moving forward. So the pilot of this program will be rolled out in collaboration with Fort Hare University and in Madagascar as our first rollout, and thereafter we'd like to roll it out to all our partner countries. This is my passion project. I've just included this for a bit of fun, but Africa to Moon as well, out of Soraya and our work in radio astronomy. We designed a radio astronomy ball. It's a 30-centimeter ball with 3 orthogonal loop antennas. We will be deploying, hopefully, we're waiting to have this finalized and announced, but a technology demonstrator to the lunar surface in 2028 to do sub-10 megahertz radio astronomy. The big vision is to have all 54 countries in Africa participating in development of 54 of these balls to be deployed on the far side of the moon. These are low cost, low power, low mass, low frequency radio astronomy instruments. But we want to show that collaboration through many of our projects, we've shown that collaboration and partnership, we can overcome the enormous challenges, even those of reaching the moon. So out of my research, which is focused on technology investment into developing nations and how to make that sustainable, I did a case study of the meerkat to date. And what I derived out of that is a science-driven economy model. It's been shown with meerkat that this has worked. We've had a multiplier effect of larger than normal, feeding back into the economy. On a telescope that cost us 4 billion, the benefit to the GDP of the country has been in excess of 9 billion. And this is calculated on jobs, manufacturing, spend, etc. I can give you the whole economic breakdown, but essentially, in this cycle, it began with outreach and awareness. The very first program we started was the Human Capital Development Program. And that was started over 10 years before meerkat started with construction. And out of this, we were able to develop a pipeline of engineers and astronomers and people that would work, that we needed, that would be able to work on the telescope. When meerkat started, when the project was proposed, there was a handful of radio astronomers in Africa. Now we have hundreds of radio astronomers in Africa. So key to this was the 10-year pipeline that was started way before construction. And the education became a full-blown human capital development program. There was then a development phase where we did facilitated development with industry and localization. This was where some companies that had to import products were actually able to develop those products nationally and end up exporting them. So this phase, a lot of this phase was instigated by the SKA. The design phase of the SKA was self-funded. And so we had to help companies with funding so that they could participate in the design phase and develop the expertise to be able to win SKA contracts, which has begun happening. Out of this, like the Iron Hive Compute, we have a lot of spin-off technologies that were developed in this process, and those have now gone into commercialization. And this is a I nearly said fulfilling, fortifying cycle. So closing thoughts. Space science and technology in one way or another contribute to the solutions of all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And radio astronomy has been a wonderful example of using fundamental science to make an impact across the economy in a number of areas. And through my research, as I mentioned on the case study, I believe I've shown that you can reduce project risk and increase project longevity and sustainability by socioeconomic impact. And the correct socioeconomic impact was focused on by accident or on purpose with the Meerkat project. 28% of the Meerkat spend was spent on socioeconomic development. So I think I'd like to leave you with the thought that project sustainability in science and technology in Africa is very closely related to socioeconomic impact. And most important is the collaboration between industry, academia, and government, and really developing that social license to operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. That was really nice talk. Questions? Okay, good. So questions?
Hi, Carla. Thanks.
Hi.
That was an amazing talk. I'm curious, when you're looking at human capacity development and education, a lot of times people, and possibly also in your talk, look at sort of outreach and then postgraduate, but don't consider much about what happens in undergraduate. I'm curious if that was any part of your research and what you can say about the importance or maybe less importance of quality undergraduate education for human capacity development. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. In our program, we do focus on all areas. So starting at a schools level, the local schools in the area around the telescope, we funded science teachers, maths teachers, robotics programs. We put a lot of investment into the school. And when we began that school had never had a child finish school with university entrance level results. And there are now 15 students, or probably more by now, from that school that are now doing university degrees on our bursaries. We have a lot of focus on artisan training programs, precision welding, etc. Small businesses, then undergraduates as well as postgraduate. We take them through the whole process. I think probably the focus on postgraduate is because we're a astronomy program, so the research tends to happen at the later stages of education, but we do within our project focus very much on the undergraduate as well. One challenge is worth noting that with postgraduates, they don't always have somewhere to go to afterwards. This is a big challenge that we're trying to address in Africa. It's one thing to get people through PhD, but where do they go? And if they don't have institutions within their own countries to employ them, we lose them to overseas.
Okay, great. I think we can have time for one more question. I think on the back it was the first, and then the others, please find Carla later. Yeah, we'll have to continue.
Thank you for a really fascinating talk. I just wanted to offer that there is a group, the Space Renaissance, that is proposing an 18th SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, on sustainability for space. And I think that it would be relevant somehow to connect with that and work with it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to. I am a bit of a space cadet.
Great. Let us just check if there is any question online or comment. No? Well, if not, then let us thank Carla once again.
Thank you.
So the next speaker will be Christian Sterken from the University of Brussels in Belgium, and he will speak about the cultural heritage of the African arc on the 30th meridian. And Christian is online. So Christian, can you hear us? I saw him connected. Hmm. I can see Christian connected. So Christian, can you unmute yourself? I can see here, see Sterken online.
Hello, are you trying to launch my
Okay, great.
presentation?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so I will share, sorry, yeah, I will share the screen.
I think you have to go to the Zoom mode. Yes.
Okay, do you see this?
No, no, we are not seeing the presentation. Okay, now we can.
Okay,
Okay,
is that
here
fine?
the technical team is saying yes. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay,
Um,
perfect. Now we can see it.
Well, I am not with you in person because I am on a field trip and my local Wi-Fi bandwidth does not support video very well, so I switch it off. Anyway, here I'm talking about the cultural aspect of the region of Africa. And I'm starting with the very beginning. Nicolas de Lacaille was the very first astronomical surveyor at the Cape, and he measured the baseline of about 12,600 meters. And from this, he derived that the length of the degree was 111 kilometers, 0.2. This was followed by you can read a lot about the work of Lacaille in the very nice book by my colleague Ian Glass. Then followed the British colonial period from 1820 about on, and the Royal Observatory was founded. And here you see on the right side the staff members, Fionn Fallows, Thomas McClear, David Gill. And actually it was Thomas McClear and David Gill who extended the work of this first surveyor. And the other names with blue lines are their assistants. The one with the red line is John Herschel. This is a very special case because John Herschel was not a staff member. He was someone who was just paying his own salary and his own trip and his own instruments. And actually he did that on purpose because he did not want to depend on the Admiralty and he did not want to work for the empire. He wanted to work for science. McClear's survey was extended. First of all, he wanted to check Lacaille's result, and then he also wanted to extend the survey as far as he could northwards, and he measured a baseline. And here on the right side, you see his stations, and it's very interesting that the two stations that he measures on the bottom, really most southern part of Table Bay, were in the water. If you plot the same positions from the list of coordinates that you can derive from his triangles, then you see that these measures are very, very reliable on a modern map. Now in South Africa, there are several survey beacons. First of all, you have Buffelsfontein near Port Elizabeth, and there is another one, which is the McClear beacon, a triangulation station near Table Mountain. This is the Buffelsfontein beacon, and on the map on the left side, you see the position of Buffelsfontein. This is about the point that is defined by the McClear survey and by the follow-up of it. Another beacon is McClear's beacon on top of Table Mountain. This is a very interesting place. It's a passive beacon. It has never been used to fix the coordinates of the Cape proper, but it was used to extend the basis, the geodetic base measurement to the east. Now, David Gill, he had a dream, and the dream was taking the measure of the entire continent of Africa. And here you see the extension of Maclear's work, and the red indication is Port Elizabeth, and this was extended to the east with numerous measure points. They went up to the north to Egypt, and you see again some of the red dots. The red dots are the astronomical stations. That means stations where also latitude and longitude was derived, and the black dots are just the geodetic triangulation points. And here you see the magnificent arc of the 30th meridian in its full length. Well, what does it mean? It has 26 historic astronomical stations from Port Elizabeth in South Africa to Cairo in Egypt, through Botswana, Mozambique, and so on up to the north. The purpose of this string of measurements was to determine the size and shape of the Earth. It was initiated by Gill, took about 70 years to complete, and the arc can also cross the Mediterranean Sea through Crete, and on Crete there were also stations, and actually be added to the Struve arc, about which I will say a few words at the end, and cover altogether 105 degrees of latitude. The arc is the longest accurate measuring of a long segment of a meridian, and it was an important step in the development of geography and geodesy. It is really an extraordinary example of interchange of human values in the form of scientific collaboration among scientists from different countries in the first place. But it was also an example for collaboration between monarchs of various kinds of powers, and it was severely hampered by obstacles linked to military battles in regions of conflict. Regions of conflict, which is also a topic of the Division C Day of today. And it was a massive undertaking put together in the first place by scientists, by civil and military administrations, by army personnel, by civilian settlers, native peoples, and we should never forget a multitude of slaves, many, many slaves. Here is the Struve geodetic arc. You can see here how it runs from the northern point of Norway up to the Black Sea. And in the very north is here in Fulgenes, a very famous marker of the endpoint. The triangulation points of the Struve arc are the non-tangible part of the surveying expeditions and the associated hardships that went along with those measurements. The arc is inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List, and the measurement of the arc and its results are directly associated with Newton's theory that the world is not an exact sphere. So I propose to use the momentum of this very first General Assembly in Africa to nominate the 30th arc for inscription on the UNESCO World Heritage List. And I would suggest to do this by means of creating an intercommission working group of Commission C3, History of Astronomy, and C4, World Heritage and Astronomy. C4 would elaborate UNESCO proposal, and together with C3, C3 would identify and compile a list of geodetic and astronomical stations, at least those that are still available. And the task of identifying these stations is not a simple task, and I just would like to show you what I found here near the seaside yesterday, actually, a station that I assume could be linked to Maclear. It is near Melkbosstrand, and here you see the remainder of this geodetic station. It's a purely survey station, not an astronomical station. One of the problems, it's probably linked to the uppermost point here that you see. Problem of doing this job is that if you walk around a little bit, then you find at a very short distance another one. Yes, an older one. It's broken. It's about 10, 15, perhaps 20 meters away. And that is one of the problems that also those who have tried to verify Lacaille's work have found out on both ends of the arc, as well in Cape Town at Lacaille's observatory as his most northern point, that you cannot really exactly determine where these observations have been taken. So that's about what I wanted to present to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. Questions? Yes, here on the back. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for this very, very interesting talk. My name is Jörg Matthias Dietermann. I'm from Virginia Commonwealth University in Qatar. Now, I know that there are World Heritage sites that are observatories, but I can't think of a World Heritage site that is as long or as sort of huge as the one that you're describing. So I was wondering, are there any precedents of other World Heritage sites that we could use to argue for making a case here? Thank you.
Well, the most impressive, besides the Struve Arc and this one, the most impressive arc I know of is the Arc of India, which has been elaborated by Everest. But I'm not sure if it is a World Heritage Site, but probably some of it, the beacons and some of the stations are on the list. I should check on that.
Good. Any other question, Linda?
Thank you. That was so interesting. Thanks for sharing that history with us.
Okay.
It seems like this was a very strongly colonial project, and I'm curious how you would suggest to kind of frame that colonial context if this were to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So it's not just about this is this really cool scientific measurement that was made, but also the colonial context in the different regions of Africa where this was taking place. Thank you.
Well, the colonial context can be investigated by reading the letters that all these people have been writing home to their families and to their beloved ones, to their supervisors or directors, and the notebooks. For example, if you read Herschel's private daily log, then you see all his comments he has about colonialism and the way colonists and settlers were treating the local people. And I have given examples of that in my talk a couple of days ago on Thursday in Focus Meeting 6.
Thanks.
Okay, good. I don't know if there is any question online, if any of speakers would like to ask any question. In the chat, we don't have any, no? Okay, I don't see any hand here. So if not, then we can, yes?
Oh, fine.
Okay, if not, then let us thank Christian once again. And we will go to the next speaker, which is our colleague Prudence Saivi from Benin, from Sirius Astro Club, and in collaboration with University of Abomey Calavi. The talk will be about chasing the stars naked eye, the Benin Tofin fishermen challenging modern telescopes in daily navigation. So I think Prudence is online. Yes. So Prudence, can you hear us? Hello, Prudence. Prudence, can you hear us? Is there any problem with the sound?
No, there is no problem. It's them that are not talking.
But he's muted, no?
I'm asking him to unmute.
Yes, Prudence, if you can hear us, you can unmute because currently we cannot hear you. You're muted. Okay,
Hello.
try now. Yes, perfect.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm very pleased to join all of you this morning. I sent my recorded presentations. I don't know if the technical team has been able to see it.
Okay, just a moment. Yes. Okay, so we have your video. We will be presenting the video and then please stay with us for questions.
Okay, fine.
Sorry, we are having a bit of technical issues, but thank you for your patience. It's coming, I think. Okay, we are having problems, so please stay with us just a moment.
Thank you for attending the General Assembly in Cape Town and contribute to the development of astronomy in Africa. My name is Prudence Ayi. I'm from Benin, West Africa, and I'm very honored to present my research this morning. My presentation is titled Chasing the Star-Naked Eye in Southern Benin Republic, the Southern Fishermen Challenging Modern Telescopes, Knowledge Production, Current Adaptation, and Innovation Study. So these presentations is part of a research or PhD thesis that has been conducted in 2022 as part of Dr. Jean-Eudes PhD thesis in sociolinguistics and ethno-linguistics, and titled Epistemology of Cognition in the Scriptural Practice and Artifact of Traditional Order in Benin, the Constitution of Mathematical, Biological, and Philosophical Knowledge. This groundbreaking work has objective to use most of knowledge, myth, history, and informal data we have and we use every day in different ethnic group in Benin, in different culture, and we use and try to valorize them and to get the scientific method behind this knowledge foundation, behind these and practice, and to from that develop innovative studies and research and contribute to valorization of our social knowledge. So this research has been done under the supervision of Professor Dr. M.A. Segla. He is a full-time professor at the University of Bono-Calavi in history of science and technology, and also in logistics. So he previously worked for CNRS France and Max Planck Institute in Germany. So me, as I'm passionate about astronomy, currently working for astronomy outreach and education in Benin, and involved in many initiatives in Benin and around the world. So my presentation, we first start with introduction, setting the scene, and presenting the Tofan people, and the methodology and objective we follow to conduct this research. And the result outcome with daily navigation and knowledge production, and lastly, recommendation and future prospect from these studies. So, firstly, who are the Tofan? The Tofan, or also known as Tofino, are ethnic group or people residing in southern Benin, so we're from southern Benin, but who are also present in Nigeria, Togo, and Ghana. So they're mainly living in lake dwelling around Ganvier. So Ganvier, as shown in the image here, is this lake water surface in southern Benin. So the Tofan people traditionally live on water, so lagoons, lake, and river. So in Benin, and also in Ghana, Nigeria, and Togo. So they travel. They navigate on these water, so to travel from country to another country. This is why this is how they establish different community in this country. So in Benin and where they are, they have the greatest community. They live around the Grand Couronne of Cotonou. We call them Lac Nokwe, Wome River, Togo, and Lac Amesi, etc. So historically, the Tofan people have certain water to escape raids from ancient realm and from ancient kingdom, and also from colonization. So since then they have organized their life around water and water fishing activity, and they speak Tofan. It is a variant of the language, the Bay language, who is the first language, main first language speaking in Benin and other countries in West Africa. So this just image here depict how they live their bathhouse on water. So our methodology and objective of this study. First, before starting the study, we have some a priori and some hypotheses we want to verify about how they live. And we hear about some people say that often people have been able to navigate on water from Benin to Gabon, so from West Africa to South Africa. So how do they been able to do that with an navigation tool, with our GPS, with our everything we have right now? And if also this is correct, and how do they organize the life, how they buy the boats, the bathhouse and water, and they culture, the knowledge, and maybe if they are being able to some their own technical measurement tools and to do all of that. So then we decide to just reach out to them to speak with them. So I just put image here for two of the first speaker people we talk with. So Mr. Kwado and his nephew, the other, and the morning and then they talk. We talk with them. They explain how their culture is organized. Yes. Then we have been able to get most of the data and just check them again what we have right now, and just being able to write this paper. So the first objective and the main objective of this document is to understand the lunar phases and the practical application of the knowledge and the star. So how do they be able to identify the different moon phases, and if they have been able to have some relation to astronomy, to star readings, and how what is the impact of this knowledge on the culture, how they have been able to organize their socioeconomic life around this culture and belief. So first, what we have firstly defined is very interesting, that astronomy lifestyles always very intricate about fishing and fishing related activity. So they have a lot of organization about which period to fish and what to do, and another period, how to predict wind period, etc. So the first thing there we have found is that they have been able to identify 4 of the 8 moon phases, and these 4 moon phases have a very tight relation to how they do fishing and the impact, and they have impact on fishing. So the first new moon phases, they call it Zindozan. So during new phases, there is an abundance of fish because darkness of night, because there is no the moon has no light. So these favorable fish traps. So Zindozan means darkness comes with the night. The next moon phase is crescent moon, Sun Edozin, they call it Sun Edozin Tofin Bay. So during the crescent moon, there is a gradual decrease in fish catch, so increasing lights. So the moon increasing light, light fish, and so the fish are able to escape or to fly away from the trap they set. So the next moon phase they identify is Jebos moon, and they call it Sundu Hehe. So the gibbous moon eliminates almost all water surface, leading to drastic decrease in fish. So Sunuhehe means the moon possesses brightness. So this means that the moon gives almost all the brightness of light during the night. So and the last moon phase they identify is the full moon, Everway. So they call it Everway. So during the full moon, no fish are caught, and fishermen turn to other activity, resulting in production loss. Everway or Sun Everway means the moon shines brighter than the sun. So these 4 lunar phases they have been able to identify has consequences on how they do their fishing activity. So we can just clearly see that during the full moon corresponding to the moon at its peaks of intensity just act as repellent for, or as deterrent for the fishing activity. And on the other side, during the new moon, where there is no moon, or where there is no moonlight in the night sky, they can have a lot of fish trap, because they set fish traps during the morning and at night. A lot of fish are just setting the trap, and at the end of the day of next morning, they can just get the traps and get the fish. So we can just so this phenomenon of relation between moon phases and fishing on the fish has been a lot of debating, and a lot of research has been conducted about this subject, and it is what we can score for the tropism, who is mainly described as the consequences of the activity of animals and plants, their reaction to natural light, for example, to sunlight or to moonlight. So how they react. So the phototropism is also the consequence of this phenomenon that often depicts, and how do they just be able to set it related to the lunar phases. So we can clearly see that or it is almost the same thing on the moon or on the lagoon, lake, or river. But the only difference is that the new moon with its minimal light intensity, the cosine is just an indicator of better fishing on lake, lagoon, river from what we get from the dolphin. But on the other side, the same effect also occur at the sea during the full moon. So this is just mainly the difference. So we do not just try to understand or just generalize all that to all lake, moon, river, but we try to have some way, find some kind of explanation to this difference. And this is maybe related to the tidal change to during the full moon. So on the sea, as the sea level rise and go down, so due to moon phases. So we can just see that as the other relations, other peoples or other community around the world have also set relationship between the moon phases and shipping and fishing on the sea. They often also have the same study or have the same phenomenon on the side also in this region on Benin. So this helps us just verify what they are saying to us and also assess and go more further in and the observations also. So the second part is, apart from the moon, they have been able to identify some star clusters that help them to navigate on the water and also organize the life around the identification of the star. The first is Venus, who is not a star but a planet, but mainly differs around the world as star, or what we call a shepherd star. So Venus in Dolphin Bay is called Oya, who has a double meaning. Well, the first is work and the second one is poverty. So the meaning of this double meaning is related to the identification of Venus. So because we just see it in early morning and just at early night. And also the appearance of Venus in early morning, so just indicate to them that it is time to start activity, it is time to start walking into set fishing traps and go for trips. And also on the other sense that if you see Venus and you not set up yourself to start working, you become poor and just start work on the meaning poverty. And Venus is very important for dolphin people because it helps them to it's a guiding star because it always rises at the same time and the same direction every day. So according to the period we have in the year, so they can be able to rely on Venus and to identify, okay, this time then we need to set up things, we need to go with it. So, and also from this identification on the night, for example, or when the nights come, they can be able to identify the 4 directions and just find a way also. This is the another star they have been able to identify a star cluster is the Orion Belt constellation. They named Mignon Tombé. So Orion Belt constellation referring to 3 Orion star in the belt. So these bright aligned stars provide natural compass for them and indicator and help them also identify another star and also and mainly the period because they have been able to identify it maybe between 10 and 1 a.m. and during the night, and these correspond to the period when the Orion constellation is very high in the sky and very bright and during the most part of the year. And the another cluster they have been able to star cluster they have been able to identify is the Pleiad or M45. They name Agan. So it is the most important star cluster or stars constellation they have been able to identify, and they have a lot of myth and also culture around the identification of the Pleiad they call Agan. So the ability to identify Pleiad and Orion constellation with the naked eye is just not only a testament of their astronomical knowledge, but also how it is important to the life and how they have been able to organize their activity around that. So in Japan picture, the appearance of Pleiades on the horizon marks the beginning of fishing season when the Pleiades reach their peak visibility. There are absence of 3 weeks of for fishing of 3 weeks, and then after we have abandoned periods, and they call it Agano Joe, meaning Agano has released the fish. And then the fishing activity continued robustly until the onset of strong winds and flooding. So this wind period, Rakaka and Darfur just set up time for them to stop the fishing activity. So the wind period called Rakaka occurred from March to May, marking the end of the rainy season. So the second period beginning in August is preceded by giant and from May to July. So, and then rendering difficult for them to fish until December. Just we have been able to see that only they are able to fish during only 4 months of the year, so have major fishing activity during 4 months of the year. So as we conduct this study, we have been able to come up with some interesting things about the dolphin and how they organize the life and the effect of climate change, because this work is the step toward indigenous people and to rise with their knowledge in astronomy. But we just focus on clearly more on astronomy and just what we clearly want to know, but we don't have more extensive, more research because we do not have a lot of time. But we need more effort and funding to research, promote the culture, and other indigenous people also to valorize their research and their culture and their ability to use in our modern daily life. So they are facing challenge. These communities are facing a lot of challenge, and one is phototropy, so very excessive light. Because in Benin right now, the government has a plan to urbanize this region of the many area of Ndokwe to transform in a touristic city. So this urbanization comes with a lot of light pollution, which can just act as a repellent for fish. So they will probably decrease in the fishing activity also. So this will have only not consequence on them also, but on other people just who used to trade with them, and other people in Benin who just use the fishing product. And also, as our recommendation is to use these their knowledge with and trying to create to fill the gap between modern knowledge technology and also mapping these with estuary region also, and have some example speaking tools who can just help them and to navigate. And the last thing is to mitigate the effect of climate change, because we have reducing fish population, navigate water surface, and also difficult. They have some difficulty to identify different periods and to organize the life. So this is all due to climate change. We need to help them to mitigate all of these consequences to preserve their knowledge, their culture. So this is the end of my presentations. If you have questions, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prudence. I hope you are still with us. So any questions for Prudence? Let us first see from participants that are online. Is there any online participant that maybe we can go to the Zoom screen? Yes, okay, good. Okay, Prudence, we cannot hear you. You have to unmute yourself. And then, is there any question from online participants? Let us now start first from online participants.
Okay, I have a question here from online participants.
Yes, in the chat from Alejandro, yes.
Okay, what is the connection between practical uses and local conception about the cosmos, stars, moon, and fishing? Okay, so one of the examples I can give is just about the Pleiad cluster. So in the local culture, in the conception, if you just because the appearance of the Pleiad during night sky just marked the beginning of abundant fishing period, and also just to warn them about the wind periods coming. So in the conception, if just someone is maybe the first people who just see the Pleiad cluster in the night sky, they are not supposed to tell to others. So it is just like a culture that to gives time to all other people to to do like a collective viewing of the Pleiad cluster. So if you are the first people who see the Pleiad cluster and just return to another Ajasti, again, as they call it in the language. So it is just a means to death. So that is what they explain to us. So it is, you need to just be quiet and let other people also to see the same thing as you, and then after that they can do like a kind of ceremony and in the culture before starting preparing for fishing activity. So this is just one example, but it is how they organize their life and myth around the viewing of cosmos and concept about that.
Okay, thank you. Let me just check quickly. Okay, we have another question online. Let us go for that one. I think you can see Prudence in the chat. So were the dark clouds along the Milky Way included in ANILO?
Yes, we don't clearly just go about this point, yes, but probably yes, because if they are able to see Pleiad cluster and yes, and some other constellation, maybe probably because the things that on water you have more clear sky, and also they are just isolated from city, so they probably have near sky. Whereas when we after just get the interview for them, we go back with telescope to organize some observation session to just be sure that it is just really pointing to what they are saying to us, but we don't just have focus on Milky Way, but yes, probably. And the things is that all of the knowledge are just just people are forgetting it because they don't have like a formal way to transmit all this knowledge. So, but there is a lot of things we just probably don't get from them at the starting knowledge point. Okay. Right.
Good. I think we will have to continue due to the time. So thank you, Prudence. Let us take Prudence once again.
Thank you. Yeah.
And now the next talk will be given by Tumo Kedumele from Botswana, from Biost University. She will be speaking about cultural astronomy for sustainable development, a study on indigenous San communities in Botswana and Namibia. Thank you, Tumo. I will let you know when 3 minutes are left.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So as Mariana just said, I'll be presenting on cultural astronomy for sustainable development, a study on the indigenous and communities in Botswana and Namibia. So this is a project that we are doing in the organization called Women in STEM, which is basically sharing astronomy, STEM, space tech, and science knowledge and outreach programs with students and the general public. And we're doing it in collaboration with Biost, NAST, and Radboud University, under the collaboration also with the OAE office in our country. Okay. So generally, as we know, Botswana and Namibia, they have very low density population, and they're mostly, the geographical area is mostly the desert area. And so because of that, we don't have such a lot of developments, if I should say, especially in the outer skirts areas of the desert. And so the light pollution is not really an issue or a concern for us. So because of that, you tend to have a very good skies to be able to do astronomy activities. And for that reason, we have the San communities who are still living their way, living their lives in a semi-modern way in these regions because they prefer to stay away from the cities. And so we had a look at the San communities in these regions. The major reason for that was because we wanted to investigate their how they understood or how they related with the night sky. What was the relationship with it? And we also found out that a lot of this knowledge is still being passed on orally, and it's not really recorded. So very little of it is recorded. And so that's why we wanted to pursue this project. So as I've said, we wanted to investigate the connection between the night sky and these communities, and to investigate the importance of the celestial knowledge that they have, to how they influence their daily lives. So with this knowledge, we want to be able to promote sustainable development in cultural astronomy through astrotourism, for instance. And so indigenous knowledge is often not shared, as I have said. And so a lot of people that actually have this knowledge are people who are really old and elderly. And so the fear is that we may be losing all this knowledge and the future generations may not be able to have it. So we want to be able to document it. So the San communities are in both Namibia and Botswana. They have sub-ethnic groups. So for Botswana, we are focusing on the sub-ethnic group called the Tsila or Tua, which is currently based in the Central District, but they are originally from the Central Kalahari region, which is near the Namibian border. So as they migrated, they had to mix up with other Tswana ethnic groups. And so you find out from the findings that we have that a lot of their interpretation of the sky is a lot more similar to the Tswana ethnic groups. So the Tsila San community, they use the knowledge of the sky to be able to predict weather predictions, especially rain forecast, because it's a lot more connected with the wealth or the poverty of the community. They also use it for navigation, hunting, agriculture, and they used to use it a lot on social and political structures, but not so much these days. So they also continue to use it to determine the time and the seasons. And they used to also use it for spiritual understanding of nature and the divine being. So these are research findings. So we noticed that their understanding of the sky and how they interpret that is a lot more connected with the intensity of the light that is being given by the celestial object. So for instance, the sun was a major source of energy. So it was a determiner for poverty, wealth, or success within their communities. So for instance, if it was the entire year, it was really scorching hot, it meant that it's a lot of poverty. The community is going to experience a lot of poverty because of lack of rain. And then once in a while, they would have what we call the phenomenon called the sun halo, which happened very rarely. And whenever that was the case, then they would believe that there'll be plenty of rainfall. So it is still believed to be an indicator of some form of success, but the sun halo happens very rarely. And then the interpretation of the moon was such that they used the lunar cycles to build community calendars, but not necessarily that they recorded them or they kept them somewhere. That interpretation was basically always in how they understood the lunar cycles in their mind. And it was also used to track women's menstrual cycle. So just like the sun, the most important indicator was the moon halo. And it was such that it was more important than the sun because it happened often. And so it was a predictor for a lot of rainfall, which meant wealth or success during the harvest season. So with its appearance, oftentimes it would, in our language or in their language also, they call it pitso, which is a community call to go to the royal house to start discussing preparations for the plowing season. So it usually occurs in September every now and then. And then there is the Pleiades. So the Pleiades, they call it Silimela, which is also similar to Setswana. So it was a significant rainfall predictor. The brighter and more clear it was observed, then the more rainfall it predicted. So it was often seen in summer. And if they saw the Pleiades together with the sun halo or immediately the moon halo, or immediately after the moon halo, it indicated a lot of rainfall, which meant a lot of harvest or success. But if it so happened that the Pleiades was dimmer just after observing the moon halo, then the community expected little rainfall. Okay, and then Venus, they interpret it as the evening star or sometimes as the morning star. So as the evening star, they use it to determine time, for instance, during the day, that it's dusk time, and so it's the time for people to start preparing dinner or something like that. And oftentimes with that, it was something that brought the community together, because it meant that they can be able to share the dinner time or their meals with the less privileged within the society. And so it was also often seen in the morning. So when it's seen in the morning as the morning star, it just indicated the break of dawn. But it was also somewhat connected with relationships, or relationships within families between a husband and a wife and all of that. Yeah. Another part was that they often also observed Mercury, but Mercury, they just considered it a companion to Venus, but it did not really hold any form of significance to them. Okay, and then we have the Orion. Orion did not really specifically have any form of significance as well, except that they just had stories around it. So for instance, they called the Orion sword were called dogs, and then the belt was called pigs, as if to say the dogs were chasing the pigs, but there was no real significance around that story. Okay, and then we have the winter astral objects. So with these ones, they have identified the Southern Cross, and they called it Ditudra, meaning the giraffes. This was because they identified that amongst the four very large stars of the Southern Cross, there were two others on top, which extended the normal Southern Cross that we know in our modern astronomy. So that is why they called it the giraffes. And it was believed to have two of the stars were believed to be female, and the others were believed to be male based on how bright they were. So it was an indicator of poverty or lack of good vegetation, specifically because it's winter. Okay. And then the Canopus was used as a winter star. The brighter it was, the colder it would be. The LMC also was used as an indicator for poverty of very cold seasons. So with the SMC, because it would normally be not really that bright, they thought it was indicating wealth or success. The shooting stars didn't have any significant meaning, except that they thought they counted the stars, or they brought a bad omen to the royal house. The Milky Way was called where the lightning rests, so it did not really have any great significance, except that it was guiding the stars at night. So with the Namibian findings, the Johansi, they call them the real people, and they inhabit the Nyenye Conservancy. So for them, they also used to use the stars for navigation and for hunting. And then they used the moon specifically a lot. If the moon was in the southern direction, it meant a lot of poverty, and so you would not be able to hunt or get anything. If it was at the center and it was bright, it meant that you'll be able to get plenty of animals when you hunt. If it was at the north, then it meant similar to what happens to the south. So the reason why we wanted to do this, like I said initially, is to promote dark sky tourism, which supports all SDGs, and to build good capacity building and socioeconomic development in these rural areas, preserve ancient knowledge of astronomy, which we are losing, and hopefully to bring support for documentation of this knowledge and have it incorporated into the curriculum. So thank you. That's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Tumo. Very nice talk. Yes, quick question, quick answer here.
Thank you so much for this very fascinating talk. You said at the beginning that only the older people of the tribe have the knowledge. How do they pass on this knowledge? And I'm sorry if I did not catch that, like orally. And plus one small question, are you going to publish these findings?
Oh, thank you so much for the question. Yes, currently they pass on the knowledge orally, so there is no any form of documentation that is being done, which is why I was inspired to pursue this project. So with all those organizations I mentioned, the universities, we are working on an article which will be published after the GA.
Good, that's a good, okay, another quick question. Let me first check if there is any question on the Zoom. Any online participant? If you have any question, you can unmute yourself. No? Okay, then quick question on the back.
Yes, thank you for the talk. I was wondering whether there are some hints of celestial events or mapping or maps in the rock paintings and engraving that you have on the numerous sites in both Botswana and Namibia.
Yes, we do. We have in Botswana a heritage site called the Tsodilo. That's also another area where the San communities inhabit, but not the specific ones I was talking about because I mentioned the different subgroups. So yes, there is that, and it's also part of the museum, but that is the only, within the museum, that is the only form of documentation that you can see. But in terms of academia and writing, there is not really that much, except for what Professor Midube worked on, but he's in South Africa, so he was not really focusing a lot on the Tswana tribes or the San communities in Botswana or Namibia. Yeah.
Thank you. We will have to continue. Let us thank Tuma once again, and please get in touch with her. And the last talk will be the invited talk of our colleague Takalani Naumangani, who is the Chief Director for Astronomy under the South African Department of Science and Innovation. And Takalani will be speaking about unlocking the African sky, strategies for maximizing the socioeconomic development.
Good morning. Apologies first, because I think this was supposed to be the first talk, but when we are the host of the conference, sometimes we're getting dragged all over, so apologies for that, but I'm sure, well, we are very much pleased, of course, to have all of you here in South Africa for this historic event for us. Oh, okay, so I'm trying to.
It's this one to go further,
okay.
and then backwards.
Okay.
And then
Okay, thanks. All right, we recently commissioned an independent socioeconomic impact study of the SKA project by a company called Urban Econ Development, which is a team of economists for that particular period between 2011 to 2022, just over a 10-year period. And this is what appeared in the executive summary, that our expenditure is having a significant positive impact on the South African economy, and is expected to continue during this construction period as well, and that these positive impacts have been critical in the development objectives. And what do we define as our sort of benefits or returns framework, or return on investment framework? So what do we want to get out of our investment in astronomy? Of course, the most obvious is that obviously we have to get scientific results, but also, contribute to skills development and also, technological returns, socio-economic, and also Pan-African development, as well as building international partnerships. So that is the framework that we use to monitor whether we're getting value from astronomy or not. I won't talk much about the development of multi-wavelength astronomy in South Africa. I think you all know about this, but just to give you a sense from radio, optical, and gamma ray. And we have a multi-wavelength astronomy strategy that was developed in 2015 as almost like a decadal plan, which is coming to an end next year. And I'm busy now in consultation with the astronomy community. We're busy developing or renewing the strategy for the next 10 years. And that is the key pillars of the strategy and what we try to achieve by our multi-wavelength astronomy strategy. Of course, we are part of the global SKA project. At the moment, we're busy also with the Meerkat expansion, where we're adding more dishes to the Meerkat 64. But as you can see on the second statement, from what, of course, we are benefiting from also is that there is additional infrastructure that is being put at the site, whether it's roads and power or fiber. So those are some of the benefits that we continue to track. When our minister was here last week, Monday, doing an opening ceremony of this event, the following day, he was busy with media interviews across all media houses. And then I got a call from his office that, he's going for some interviews, but he just wants to get more content as to what are some of the day-to-day benefits of astronomy. And of course, within 5 minutes, I just gave him this, which I think is talked about on the news, because it's always important when you deal with politicians to demonstrate that astronomy is already benefiting all of us one way or the other in our daily lives, particularly the last one, because our telescope in Hartebees participates as part of the global network in terms of contributing to accurate timekeeping and GPS. So this has been the summary slide in terms of the outcomes of the socio-economic impact study. Over that 10-year period, we had invested about 8 billion rand, and what did it give us? So you see a summary of what it had contributed in terms of, jobs, particularly even during the construction period, and so on. Of course, I won't talk about the scientific outputs, but as you know, that we've been able to increase our global ranking in astronomy above global average. Our scientific inputs, are quite good, and the size of our astronomy community is increasing exponentially, and also our bursary programs are helping us to develop a pipeline, and we've got quite a number of research chairs across various universities. In terms of technological returns, there is quite a number of technologies that we have been able to commercialize, but some of them we're still busy, but it has given us an intellectual property portfolio that we're working on in terms of developing these technologies further, either for use on the telescope or for other applications. And then, of course, during COVID, we also used our SKA project to also help us at the time, to actually project manage a process of, delivering ventilators that were critical during that time. In terms of also community development, there are key 5 areas that we focus on. It's about the knowledge centers, and upliftment programs, and also development of small businesses in the area so that they benefit from some of these contracts. But also it's about really nurturing the talent and the youth, and also for our farmers to provide alternative radio, communications devices that do not interfere with our telescopes in the area. And this is just some of the statistics over the years that we've been tracking in terms of what has been some of these benefits to the communities around the SKA site. And of course, Pan-African development, as our minister said, we are an integral part of our continent, and therefore it's always very important for us to make sure that we're working with the rest of Africa in terms of developing this field. But I won't go into the details, but this just gives you some of the programs that we have, and also in partnership also with the UK, and also our Center for High Performance Computing in terms of developing capacities in various African universities. And of course, international partnerships. That's why you are all here, because we value international partnerships. Astronomy by its fabric, it's an international venture, and which is highly collaborative. And but of course, we also look at the foreign direct investments that we get into the country by hosting some of these telescopes and other telescopes, both in Sutherland and in Carnarvon. But of course, astrotourism as well, you being here, also contributes to our astrotourism. During the opening, we got to see that almost many of you were coming here for the first time in Africa, if not South Africa. So in terms of the SKA, our net foreign direct investment is positive, if you look at it over time. Okay, I won't repeat this slide. So this impact study that we did was both quantitative and qualitative, and those were some of the guiding research questions and the objectives of what the study was all about, and the methods that we used in this study. The social accounting metrics, where we also measured different types of impacts, from direct, indirect, and induced impacts. And this just gives you some of the figures that they came up with in terms of contribution to GDP and employment and so on. So again, this is just another way of looking at it as well. I'm not gonna bore you with the actual figures, but yeah, in terms of the key findings, so you can see that most of them were positive in terms of the areas that the study was focusing on, both at a national as well as a provincial level. And also in terms of bursary programs, even at high school levels, because we also have bursaries in the rural communities next to the SKA site. We even start offering bursaries at high school level so that we can have students from those areas that we can give bursaries, because we have to also make interventions of providing maths and science teachers and helping those schools. Because when we got into that area, there were no students who were passing in maths and science that we could sponsor. So that's why we had to go back to that level. So again, this just shows you again the impacts that we have had. And also we also measured perceptions of the communities around the area. So where there are negative perceptions, then we try to see how we can improve those or further engage with the community. in terms of the perceptions of they have about the project. And these were some of the recommendations. The second one, increase investment in astrotourism. We've just finalized our astrotourism strategy. We're just waiting for the president of the country and his cabinet to approve it, and hopefully we should launch it next month, so that we can also derive benefits also in this by having a dedicated focus on astrotourism across the country, because we believe this will also help us to develop more awareness about preservation of dark skies, which you need for astrotourism to flourish. Okay, yeah, so I think thank you very much for the invitation and for giving me your ears. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Takalani. That was a very nice summary. So let us go to questions, few questions. Let us first see online if any participant online has question for Takalani. No? Maybe we can put the Zoom here. Yes, Alejandro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. In the summary, do you have some negative opinions of people about the consultation of the SKA project? Do you talk to us a little more about it?
Negative impact of the SKA.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just gonna give you a specific one which I included there, where we were measuring perceptions, and there was, you must have seen a negative from the farming community around the sheep farming, for instance. So when we bought the land in the area, which was used for sheep farming, so we must have taken about 1% of the land, total land that is used for sheep. But of course, the farmers, were not very happy about that. But of course, we will argue that, okay, we only just took 1%, and therefore that should have less than 1% on the farming, on the sheep farming industry. But of course, what we then did was to also then partner with the agricultural body in the area, where we now do joint projects with them. Like, for instance, we had a project on the abattoir, for instance, where we co-funded. So of course, there are some issues from time to time, but then we engage the community, but also we then find ways in which we can work with the community in terms of, putting some mitigation measures in place on how we can reduce the negative impact that maybe the telescope is having in the area.
Thank you, Alejandro. Takalani, any other question in the room? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. You were talking about astrotourism. And I've been in the business for some time, so I wonder what you're planning about this astrotourism a little bit more in detail. Can you say a few words about that? So what are the steps? What were the thing about? So what's about that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, no, thanks. Yeah, of course, as part of developing the strategy, we did it through a consultations, through a process where we have engaging various key stakeholders, from the communities themselves, but also to private sector and other governments, department. But also we did some benchmarking, about other countries in Africa and in the world which have done this and how we should go about, so it was quite a process that took us almost 2 years. So I'm sure we can share the strategy with you. But in terms of the programs, we've got, I think, 3 key pillars of the strategy. One is on infrastructure. So where if you look between SKA site in Carnarvon and Sutherland, which are both in the same province, the road between them is not in a good state. So if you want to improve, you need to improve infrastructure. So infrastructure is one of the area. One of the other areas is skills development, and the last one is about partnerships. Those are the 3 key areas. But we already have now what we call a national astrotourism governance body, which I'm chairing. So where we bring in all these role players to see how we can best, implement these programs as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Takalani. So since we already passed the time, those of you who are in the room, please get in touch with Takalani. And before we leave, is there any last question online from the participants online? Any final question? And in the chat, no? No? Well, if not, then let us thank Takalani and then all participants once again. And speakers, enjoy your lunch and see you in the afternoon session. Thank you.
can channel Taylor Swift. Hello? Yeah. It's on? Okay. Welcome everybody to session 4 of the Division Days presentations for Division C, Education, Outreach, and Heritage. It's also the division with the longest name. I am Susanna de Ustua. I am the soon-to-be former advisor for Division C. That means I have spent 9 years. Oh my, yes, 9 years involved with the division from vice president, president, past president, and then I can go on vacation. So we have 4 speakers in this session, and I want to welcome you all. We have participants online and participants in the room. We have allocated roughly 4 minutes for questions and answers at the end of each speaker's presentation. And I probably shouldn't speak for too much longer because then that will eat into Naomi Asabre Frimpong's presentation. Naomi, come on up. Who's going to talk about the role of the African Astronomical Society in shaping astronomy in Africa. And can we have her presentation?
It's up. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy you're here to listen to my presentation on the African Astronomical Society. I'm the vice president of the society, and I have some of the executive committees here to support me. So thank you for the support. So we'll start with what the African Astronomical Society is all about. It's an organization of professional astronomers in Africa. And we do have a constitution, it's governed by a constitution. And our vision is to create a competitive, global, and collaborative astronomy community in Africa. We want Africa to put its best foot forward in the global community for astronomy, and to be the voice of astronomy in Africa and help to address the challenges that African astronomers are facing through the promotion and advancement of astronomy. The Secretariat of African Astronomical Society is in South Africa. It's hosted by South Africa through the Department of Science and Innovation, and it's based in the South African Astronomical Observatory. So what are our objectives? Our objectives are, we want to strengthen how science, technology, engineering, mathematics are being taught in schools through the use of astronomy and its related fields. We want to use astronomy to attract the young people in Africa into the STEM careers. We want to increase the number of African astronomers who are generally in the world and who are also working in Africa, because some have been trained who are outside, which is fine, but we want to keep some in Africa. We also want to facilitate the use of the observatories that are all around the world. And also we want to help to develop new ones in Africa through SK or any other medium. So we are actively involved in that area. And we also want to use astronomy as a means of creating development, socioeconomic development, because Africa is, I know the Western world have gone through this phase where we ask the question, why should I think about space when I don't have food to eat, or I don't have good roads or hospitals? We want to show that through astronomy, we can have socioeconomic development in the countries in Africa. And also to create and support the collaboration between the countries in Africa in astronomy, as well as collaborations between Africa and the global astronomy community. Also, we do encourage governmental and intergovernmental agencies like the AU to invest in astronomy and its related activities. And moreover, we really want to inspire and retain the underrepresented groups in Africa and to help them to find a way to study astronomy. So we do have a structure, we do have partners. So the AFAS is a big body that has around about 6 committees that it works with. We have our flagship committee, which I'm very proud of. We have the AFNA, which is the African Network of Women in Astronomy. We have the membership committee, the fundraising committee, communications, science, outreach, and education. We also have other partners under us, like the African Planetarium Association, the ARAP, and the African Science Stars, which is a magazine that promotes science. We also have partners like the DSI, South Africa Astronomical Observatory. We have the GA, which supported us. We have the OAD, Dara Big Data, and many other partners. And we are involved in all these areas of development. We are very interested in having inclusivity in our programs. We also focus on capacity building and networking and collaboration. We have our foot in socioeconomic aspects of and development of countries through astronomy. We are heavily involved in public outreach and education, publications, and organizing meetings for astronomers in Africa to network. Our membership is 275 plus. This year we've added some more, which have not been captured here. And we have membership both in South Africa and all around Africa, as well as outside Africa, because I'm sure we have astronomers in different parts of the world. And we hope to grow this membership yearly, and it has been growing yearly. We hope we'll hit 500 soon. And I'll be happy. We've been working for 5 years, and I think this is a great testament of the work that AFAS is doing. And one of our programs that we had this year is annually, we have an annual conference, and this year was in Morocco, and we had multiple abstracts. We had over 300 registered members. Some joined in person and virtually, and it was a very it was a celebration of the 5 years of AFAS. So it was a wonderful opportunity for AFAS to show what it does and to involve African astronomers to network and to show what they are also doing. We also hold hackathons. One was held in April, and it's a way to develop data science skills for science in African students, and for them to use these skills not only for development in Africa, but to develop skills, to help them develop skills that can be used in other areas of development. The last one was held in April, and I think one was held just before the GA started, I think a week before. So that's one way we are helping the young people to develop skills in data science to prepare them for the astronomy or other areas of career. We also do collaborative sessions. For the past 2-3 years. We have been having sessions with our partners in Europe, in the US. We've been going for these sessions where we want to explore where we can strengthen the collaboration between Africa and these the global community. And the last one was this year at the AAS 243, which was in New Orleans, where we promoted the GA and we showed that Africa is ready to host the GA. And I think you've all enjoyed the GA. So thank you all for coming. And we hope to continue doing these sessions where we strengthen the collaboration between Africa and the global community. We also have the FR Science, what we do with the help of our science committee headed by Professor James Chibweze, where it's guided by our civic strategy. And we have, they take care of during the conferences, the science programs. They look at the abstracts that we receive, make sure our science program is on point. We also do astronomy surveys. We also have an AFAS data portal where we keep data of the astronomers in Africa. The AFAS Science also have awards for early career researchers and PhD and master students to help them and to award them for doing well in their fields. We also provide seed grants to support research projects in astronomy by postgraduate students and or early career researchers based in Africa. We are also developing and providing high-performance computing network for astronomers across the African community, and network of optical telescopes, and the Africa Radio Astronomy Network, which is a teaching and research project. We also hope to have astronomy hubs, which is partnering with the OAD, and you can see some of our seed grant winners from 2002 and I think we don't have the 2003 winners here, but we do have some winners for last year also. In the science field also, we partner with research, we support research groups as well as we support people to organize astronomy schools. This year where the PASIA was awarded for the Outreach Development Education Award for PASIA, which has been ongoing for the past 5-6 years to organize astronomy schools for young people across Africa. It started in West Africa, but it's now a Pan-African initiative. There have been schools all over Africa, in Botswana, and in different places, which AFAS actively supports. We also have the African Integrated Observation System, which is a way to expand our observatory, the intelligent observatory concept in Africa, and to use existing facilities to network together, where we can use other networks all over Africa, the optical telescopes, to network together to do observation and to develop collaborations between Africa and the global community to help them during transient and time domain studies like the Mercury transit and also like pulses and other stuff. We want to open this project is to motivate and support the development of new facilities in other African countries, apart from the ones listed below, like South Africa and Burkina Faso and Ethiopia, and to support the human capacity development programs in these countries. When we talk about outreach, FAS has been supporting amateur astronomers all over Africa. We do have an African astronomy map where we show where in Africa where there are observatories. We also support campaigns where astronomy events are happening, like eclipses and such like that, where we give them outreach support, we create material, and we do translations and support them in hands-on activities. All of this is to, like Asteroid Day, we do give materials and stuff like that to people who wish to organize such events, to make this events a success. You can see that during this GA, the outreach team of AFAS has helped a lot, headed by Digitizle, to do a lot of outreach in the communities, both far and near Cape Town, to help the students know what astronomy is about and what they can do in astronomy. Towards the GA, and actually during the GA, we have the hashtag Africa Look Up, which has been organizing outreach events, as I said, and also we have African astronomy ambassadors, and which are geared towards global outreach. I don't know whether anybody has signed up for some of our outreach events. People have gone out to schools and they are having a lot of fun and helping the students. As I said, one of the committees I'm really proud of is the AFNOA committee, which is an African network of women in astronomy, which has been doing really amazing work over the years. Its aim is to connect women working in astronomy and related fields in Africa. And for the past year, it's been giving outreach seed grants to empower women. It's been awarding women in astronomy to recognize and support their scientific achievements and contributions. It's been collaborating with International Science Program to do videos which inspire girls and women in STEM. And also we've been doing virtual trainings for the women in our network in subjects such as CV writing and many others. And one interesting and proud thing that we've done this year is the call out for stories from women in astronomy in Africa. And we've put together a book, which is the first edition, which is inspiring stories from women in astronomy in Africa, which is currently in print. I'm sure we'll have it today or tomorrow. This book is to help girls and women learn about women who are already in astronomy, their journey and what they've done. And we hope that it will inspire them to take up astronomy. This book will be sold So can you support us in buying the book, which will also help us to support the activities of ASMA. As I said, we've been giving seed grants. These are the calls for seed grants and awards for the women in astronomy from AFMA. We also have, in the form of publication, the African Science Stars, which profiles activities of astronomy in Africa, astronomers, the sites, university programs, bursaries, policy developments, the benefits of astronomy to society. Basically, all aspects of astronomy that is being done in Africa, we try to, I think, every 3 months to show what is happening in Africa, make it accessible to people who have who are interested in astronomy and who have a love to know what is happening, and also for astronomers to know what is going on, for students to have an idea of where that are open for them and funding opportunities. So this is a regular astronomy production publication for Africa. Also, we have partners such as the Africa Planetarium Association, which creates a network for planetaria across the continent. It was launched in 2019 and is affiliated with the International Planetarium Society. It shares information on planetarium software and hardware, such as, and also full dome videos and films and educational resources. We also try to promote the creation of local planetarium content to be showcased both in Africa and internationally. We want to promote the such as the Star Law film production, which is by Sida Tutwaswa. And this is one of the partners of AFAS, which is really trying to bring together the planetaria in Africa. So we also have a newsletter, and that is for the activities of AFAS and the activities of its members. So every time we give a call out for activities that the AFAS members are doing, and we try to make it accessible to as many people as we can. I think for the past 5 years, AFAS has really done a lot to positively to promote accessibility of astronomy in Africa. And we've made significant contribution to bringing astronomy to the doorstep of Africans, and also to put Africa on the map of the astronomy community globally. So thank you very much for your attention, and are there any questions?
Questions for Naomi?
Hello, I was wondering to what extent you're looking at cultural rooting and cultural connections, because I think this is a quite important thing, because culture gives people a sense of belonging. It has a direct impact on human societies. So we were kind of a bit driven towards looking at everything from STEM perspectives. And there are very important social science dimensions there as well. I'm wondering whether you've thought about getting into a dialogue with social scientists specifically on these issues. One thing that comes to my mind, having done some public engagement work in Qatar, is that if you go to Arabia, that region went through several cultural disconnections. And that reflects on the society. You find people in search for identity, and that relates to a lot of the political mess that we find in this part of the world.
Yeah, I know that the outreach committee is actively trying to preserve as much cultural content as possible, so that we will not lose the cultural identity that you talk about. Trying to preserve the stories and the connection between the culture, the people, the indigenous people, and astronomy. So that is actively being done. But of course, there's more that we can do, especially in areas that in African countries that do not have astronomy as yet, to preserve it before we step in astronomy, to make sure that that aspect of the culture is preserved.
Okay. Are there questions from online? No. Okay.
Nice talk, Naomi. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
I had a question about the networking of the small telescopes. I'm curious if there are any plans or any thoughts about possibly using data from the Rubin Observatory, or if anybody's exploring that to do follow-up with the telescopes.
Yeah. I know that Professor Chibueze is heavily involved in that, but I don't know whether they have any plans of using the Rubin telescope, but it's something I can discuss with him and we can take the steps forward to make sure that happens. Thank you.
We have time for a few more questions. I have
a
two-part question. What do you think your most successful project has been to date? And then my second question is, where do you think the largest challenges are?
I think greatest success has been with I'll say it's three. Would that make it the greatest? Well, okay, let me list
more
them
than
all.
one greatest.
Yeah, so one of them is the African Science Stars, which has been highly patronized and is regularly being published. Another one is with AFNA, which has been really bringing the women together and has been making great strides in the networking of women. And the third one, how did I forget? It was in my mind right now. It happens, but okay, I'll stick with two. Thank you. I think those two have been really, oh yes, the seed grants, which supporting the young, the early career researchers and giving prize to the PhD and master students have been really successful.
Okay, now your challenges.
Challenges, I believe that for the past 5 years, we're still trying to get astronomers to know that AFAS exists. And so we've seen that challenge being surmounted gradually year after year, where we get more people signing up or applying to be members of AFAS because they didn't know it existed before. So I think through publicity, people have started to know that it's a society like that brings astronomers together, and that is something we're overcoming, I think. It's a challenge, but we are overcoming that challenge.
Okay, good. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And let's thank Naomi. Now we will move on to our second talk of the day, or of the session, from Solomon Tesema, who will be speaking on the development of astronomy in Ethiopia and its future prospects. And just as a reminder, when you have 5 minutes to go, I'll either raise my hand or say something like 5 minutes to go.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving a chance to talk about astronomy, development of astronomy in Ethiopia. Then, because we have in 20 years of astronomy, modern astronomy establishment in Ethiopia, then 20 years of journey. Then I'm going to speak the main one that can be really share the lesson for other colleagues. Mainly to the roots and two phases, phase 1 and phase 2 development stages, and what are the basic and important achievements so far in terms of institutional establishment and capacity building, including the infrastructure, research and funding mechanism, and challenges and future prospects. I think mainly to the roots in history of astronomy. Ethiopia is the oldest country in the world, and as well as in the Horn of Africa, and the home of great civilization, dynasties, and engaging governance systems, and different types of really to the Aksumite. These are the different governors in Ethiopia and in different in the history of Ethiopia during the civilization. And at the same time, also, most of there are different languages that can be spoken in Ethiopia, more than 80 languages, and diverse religious and history of more than 5 millennia. And it is also, all of them are really living peacefully coexistence, and that most of the development of astronomy more related to the linked to the culture and the people and the society. And then that all this religious civilization leads to the natural phenomena that is going to be really to life on the ground. But from when it to the history of typically to the Ethiopian geodesy, this is one of the Habesha's command, the Ethiopian geodetic, and in ancient times, invention of the calendar, we have 13 months, and including the Pagmes, the 13th one is 5 days and sometimes 6 every year, and also 12 months are 13 days equal and different. Then it was also basically to the religious is a basic route for the astronomy development. When you come to the modern astronomy of Ethiopia, then we can categorize in different, because the establishment of the Vonal education in university first by the Imperial Haile Selassie in 1948. That was the first university as a college in Addis Ababa University. Then in 1957, you see, under the university, the Imperial Haile Selassie was established geophysical observatory, a seismic center and geophysical observatory, then introduced the small astronomy courses for the undergraduate students. That where the American professors were teaching the courses and leading the university. Then there is no Ethiopian professors at that time. And that small astronomical observatory in 1957, and at the same time also another issue was mostly the military station in Addis, and as well as also in currently Eritrea. Eritrea was a part of the Ethiopia, and that the Kanyao station has been using the communication tracking system and satellite tracking system in 2 places. One is currently to the northern part of Ethiopia, southern part of Ethiopia, and the second one is Eritrea. That also encourages really to the education systems. That was financed and then operated by the American military at that time. Then the case, this was 1975. The case is going to be different. When the change comes, the change of the government. Then another in 1975 and 74, then the revolution erupted and the government is completely changed. And most of the Western professors and others left the country, and then the political situation is changed to the socialist system. Then at that time there is no any attention to the government, to astronomy and science with less attention. But there is a small courses for the secondary school incorporated integrated with the physics as 11th and 12th grade. That also is at least 3 or 4 questions for the university entrance exam from astronomy part was a major one. And 1981, 92, 3 also, because after 17 years in 1991, and there is another change of the government. That is also another challenge. Then 1991, 2003, then no major activities. That we can consider to be as really a dark age. Now the government is completely attention is another to the agriculture. No, they don't want to see engineering and science and others. And that was a slight change, but however, still the universities are its own academic autonomous. Then they introduced some of the courses at the University of Addis Ababa, 2 courses and some teachers colleges for diploma program to teach secondary students and primary students. And now, when you come to the re-emerging, we can say this is a very important stages of the time for the current astronomy and space in general. Then in 2004, then there is a small group, including the politicians and others, we established what we call the Ethiopian Space Society. Then, but it was not possible to get license from the Ministry of Justice because the number of professions are almost none. Then the Science Commission wrote a letter to support this to give to the license. And then this is a society, but the plan and the strategy was like a big government strategy to introduce curriculums and outreaches and other activities. Immediately, then more than 20 clubs were going to be established all over the country, then focusing on education and popularizing outreach and so on. Then in 2000, this was really all our volunteers and led by the board of governors. And then we planned and decided to install a telescope. That is another paradigm shift that the astronomy development in Ethiopia. Then Ntoto Observatory was established, and that the telescope established in 2012, and it is financed by the group of universities of consortium and space. And then gradually gone from the observatory to Ethiopian Space Science and Technology, approved by the government cabinets. And now it is space science and two big institutes can come to space science and geospatial. Now in the very important phase one is this is Space Science Society, and with the Space Science Society, you see it, more than that is 20 years of journey, founded by the 47 people. The chairman was, now this is the former, at that time he was a deputy prime minister, and politicians and many people are joined. And then because of the hobbies, and then popularize the science. That was the objective, and to create influence on education. Then we used the politicians as a good instrument in order to really influence in curriculum system. Then in many universities, the curriculum is going to be introduced and forced to include into as a part of. And at the same time, that was also a good opportunity in 2009, that International Year of Astronomy, and we popularized the whole country as teaching, popularizing, and so on. And the other is maybe these are some of the people at that time. There are many, but these are very, because I was a graduate student at that time in the university, a graduate student, and also my colleague Salem Ye was here, and these are the businessman, which is, we know Sheikh Mohammed Alamuddin was committed, and he gave a fund for the two telescopes. He covered, and all the activities, that is, and we convinced that always he is a very strong supporter of space and astronomy until the government. And the second phase is a big paradigm because of Ntoto Observatory established in different objectives. We cannot use directly to the only astronomy, but the government needs to be included. Space science, satellite program, and some instrumentation, geodesics, and remote sensing to be incorporated. And the graduate program, it is tailor-based graduate program only for space astronomy, 4 areas. Then the telescope funded by the Sheikh Mohammed Alamuddin, the 2 optical telescope, and in Ntoto. And that's the observatory's budget running cost was financed by the universities. Then based on this, what are the major achievements in the universities now after all this? Ntoto Observatory Research Center 2012 by ESS, 30 public universities and 1 private university. And the second one is expansion of space and research training and development program at high risk, such as Addis Ababa University, Bahar Dar University, Jimma, and others. That means all these are university were started the graduate program. Establishment of a Space Science and Technology Institute by the cabinet 2016. And not only this one, but also this is in order to say Ethiopian Space Science Society. At that time, there is no any institute but space science on them. Then the telescope operation, and since the telescope is already the training how to operate the telescope with the training of the companies and open for the visit to the parliamentaries and many of the politicians in order to convince the people. And you see, these are the council members visited the observatory, and then the politicians, many of the politicians, and as well as also the parliamentary members also. And look, not only in Toto, the Lalibela is another issue that raised by the government, This is 4,220 meter above sea level. This site, site is under conducting, site testing, Lalibela, Abuna Ese. This is the northern part of Ethiopia, 750 kilometers from Addis Ababa. And this is the current site because of some slight conflict, and we didn't finish. But the finance of all this is covered by the regional government, same. And the second success was 2018, the policy approved by the government. That is space policy and strategy for the next 15 years. Clearly policies and strategies. And space policy, this is the stakeholders discussion during the policy rectification. And maybe, and the capacity building. Then because of, we learned from the different times of the government relation, then our programs, Toto Observatory program, we launched different programs, affiliated with Addis Ababa University, but with a special curriculum. Astronomy, astrophysics, space science, remote sensing, geodesy, PhD and masters. Then the number of graduates so far, since 2015, 74 graduates. And locally, I think two from the neighboring countries also. And currently active students is both masters and PhD and 43. That we strongly focused on the capacity building and training, and in addition to infrastructure. And the infrastructure development is, the telescope is another, and this is, and the facility also, the whole facilities of including ICT, laboratories, instrumentation, and the others is also. And the other is because in order to create a huge, to the government conveys to 2014, East African Road is also hosted there, and International School of Astronomy, and organized two symposiums, 2019 and 2023, Miriam 2017, and two East African Astronomical Society workshops, and capacity building in collaboration with the United Nations Office of Astronomy for Development. And remote sensing, because of remote sensing satellite has been from this one of the program launched 70-kilogram remote sensing satellite into space in collaboration with the Chinese, and at the same time CubeSat satellite in December 2020. And there is also AIT, that is Assembly Integration Center, is under construction, and other activities also in order to collaborate with others. This is the receiver stations. I think the politicians, people are inspiring to the space, and the receiver station and tracking and the receiver centers. And also 7.3, this is a product from the satellite image that used how we will not only use or focus on astronomy, but using both astronomy and the space. This is the receiver station using, and research and development, there are many people working on it with more than 20, 30 every year publishing our images taken by our telescope first. And educational program is the key is undergraduate, postgraduate, colleges, universities, in summer schools. Space Society is continuously giving education, training every, how the people are really actively involved. We have a collaboration including NASA. Our students are always going to abroad for 6 months, PhD student for the research visit, and to the South African countries. And also maybe still it's common because of the majority of the fund comes from the government, and now local university, private and international support is a key financing mechanism for our program. And there are challenges, of course. For the past 50 years, there is ups and downs because of the government change, and now it is more or less supported by the policy and proclamation and acts. Then we hope it is going to be more to retain the challenges is our professors and the lack of senior scientists and still. And future perspectives, we have satellite, that is projects in Lalibela to finalize land, and everything is secured, and internet and transportation is secured. Then this as a future project, and education, introducing curriculum to whole and undergraduate primary schools. The whole that is our very important in order to make to be more sustainable. And our conclusion, that is our journey of space and astronomy was very serious, and it's ups and downs, but needs to be very strong commitment. And we made to be really to use those politicians and influential persons in order to influence the government. That is, and expertise is behind them, but they take it to be into the front, then we use it, and I hope that will be a good lesson for our colleagues of Afrikaners to use further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Solomon. We have time for a few questions. And are there any questions online? Maybe you start with that. There's no questions online.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this.
Sorry, I have a question.
My name is Jörg Matthias Dietermann. I'm at Virginia Commonwealth University in Qatar. My question would be, how important has been China as a partner for Ethiopia in sort of building astronomy, but also more broadly like space and satellite research? Thank you.
In partnership, the partnership is not only limited stick to the China. It is open, clearly stated in the policy of the strategy of our space. Then we have a strong partnership with many of USA universities, because our students will go to there and spend sometimes, and Europeans and Africans. And the second one is this is the collaboration of the space, of course, in the first and second launching of satellite, we have been collaborated, and they trained because of we have clear definition during the collaboration of our interests. Then they trained more than 20 engineers. Now they are going to build their own, trying their own. And then every country is its own, but we have to set your strategies and definition where it's going to be intersection and separation also.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot for your talk. More than a question, is grateful for your warm hostage of the IAU 386 colloquium. Thank you.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Hi, Ansi Thrasha. Thank you. This was super interesting. I'm interested in, so you talked about the number of graduates you've got coming through in capacity development in astronomy in particular. Could you say a little more about the knock-on effects for things like CS, like computer science or engineering, and how you've been thinking about bringing those sorts of disciplines in to upcoming astronomy in Ethiopia?
Now, before 2 years ago, the curriculum was revised, really. That means that the curriculum, the revision of the curriculum opens the door for many. That means those students coming from engineering, those students coming from mathematics or physics can join astronomy for master's and PhD. And for the undergraduate, still there is no astronomy to be given as a major course for undergraduate, but it is introduced as a course for physics, mathematics, and some engineering students as a course.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. There's one interesting part that I have interest in. As an African, I've realized that our governments are most often not interested in like science kind of thing. But in your presentation, you had most of the government involved. I mean, your government involved. I want to find out what special thing, how did you get them to be interested in what you do?
From my presentation, from 1991 up to 2003, more or less, the government was not involved. But the Addis Ababa University, since the universities are some academic autonomous, they introduced 2 courses and for physics students in order to proceed in master's and PhD. And the main reason of the involvement of the government is especially after 2014, and that is the influence, education. The key issue is education. That's it, public awareness. And then convincing the policymakers in terms of education, because education can knock out everybody, primary, secondary, and the university. Then gradually the government inspired and agreed to support financially and as well as also to take over as an institute, established as an institute, as a government. Now it is a government institute. The Space Society is the society that is professional society working on outreach, education, and so on. Then the key is the professionals and people to be able to convince, but needs to be a long journey to convince the government, of course, in Africa especially.
Okay, well, let's thank Solomon. Thank you. And our next speaker is Zuhair Ben Khaldoun, who will speak on the development of astronomy in Morocco and its future prospects.
Thank you, thank you, Susan, and thank you all for inviting me to this Division C Day. I already make presentation of Oakhamden Observatory at Focus Meeting 1. Most of my slide is similar, but I think Richard invite me to present in the context of this division, the Oakhamden Observatory. See, I will do with some difference between my first presentation. Oakhamden Observatory is located in Morocco, in north of Africa, at 75 kilometers from big city of Marrakesh, in the south of Marrakesh, and at 2,070 meter altitude. It's very similar to Canarian Island Observatory, not far from Morocco. This is a brief history of Oakhamden Observatory. In 1984, between 1984 and 1986, we, thanks to collaboration we have with yes, we established first laboratory at Rabat in National Research Center. And in 1987, we set up the first experiment at Oakhamden site. Of course, there was not yet an observatory. Thanks to cooperation we have with the solar helioseismology team in Nice University. Following that, we also set up site testing experiment thanks to our colleague from Tucson to test the Oakhamden site for global oscillation network group projects. We install our own first experiment, which we called photometer for intégration de flux in French, for flux integration. And thanks to this experiment, we can make some statistics about photometry at the sites and the statistic of night, number of nights where we can observe it at Oakhamden. In 1994, the first PhD achievement in astrophysics at University Qadi Ayad in Marrakesh. And between 1994 and 1997, we worked to develop the observatory. And in 1997, the first solar P-mode was detected from Gulf on South satellites. And this is an important date for us because we can make some comparison between the first experiment I speak about terrestrial IRIS program who monitor the solar cycle and the seismology on the sun. In 1998, we installed the first seeing measurements developed with University of Nice too at the site, and thanks to financial support from ESO, European Southern Observatory. And in 1999, we established a first astrophysics laboratory at the University of Marrakesh, what we call Laboratory of High Energy Physics and Astrophysics. In 2000, we launched the master program in astrophysics and high energy physics at Marrakesh, at the University of Marrakesh. And between 23 to 25, we realize in the site the first long campaign for site testing, measuring seeing and astroclimatic parameter, also thanks to the ESO, European Southern Observatory agreement. And in 26, Morocco has been selected for site testing campaign for extremely large, European large telescope. And we also had funding from Academy of Science in Morocco for this study. And in 27, the Oakhamden Observatory was inaugurated, and we made some measurements to allocate the code nearby the Minor Planet Center, and the code of the observatory is G43. Between 26 and 29, we select ACLIM, and ACLIM is in southeast of Oakhamden and far from any light pollution. And this mountain was selected for site testing for ELT, as I already said. Yes, the second part of the history, what we can call the real increase and fast development of the observatory starts at 29, when the observatory is recognized by Padeyad University as a research center. And in 2010, between 2010 and 2011, we installed more Canoe in the Sky survey telescope, thanks to cooperation with a colleague from France and Switzerland, which is 15 centimeter diameter and mostly dedicated to near-Earth objects and comets. We start exoplanet program using transit method, program analyzed by our team in the laboratory of Marrakesh. And after that, we start in the variable star program also with the spectroscopy in the main Tom. I will come back in the picture to locate this all this program we have. We have a first experiment for space weather, thanks to cooperation with the Illinois University. And we installed our telescope thanks to cooperation with Space Agency from Korea. And after that, we installed also the TRAPPIST-Nord telescope, thanks to cooperation with the Belgium team from Liège University. 2017, that was a great date for us, because we participate to discovery of TRAPPIST-1 exoplanetary system. This is put spotlight on the observatory by international community. And we also make several discoveries thanks to MOS observatory. One main discovery was the binary asteroid called 2017 E5, and confirmed by Arecibo telescope. In 2019, we participate to detection of CN gas in interstellar object, the 2I Borisov, also thanks to TRAPPIST telescope. We also develop fireball following thanks to installing several cameras in Morocco, and we made the first recovery of meteorites thanks to calculation of the trajectory of meteor. And in 2020, we published the study, first publication from our team on exoplanet atmospheres, thanks making simulation for James Webb Space Telescope. Jamila Shukar was the first author of this publication, and they will speak about that in the symposium 393 we will start in tomorrow. In 2021, there is also an important date for us, because we be able to make concretization of cooperation between professional and amateur in Morocco. And after that, we developed the satellite tracking and the space debris with cooperation of CPS Center. And this is the perspective of the observatory, because from for this 2 to 3 years, we receive many interest from around the world to install a telescope to monitor the satellite trajectory. And we now have cooperation with United UCA, team from UCA, from China, from Russia, and a lot of telescope installed at the observatory for these subjects. Yes, I will quickly pass this slide. I already passed in the focus meeting, where I show the dome we have at the observatory. Up to now, we have 6 domes, and the subject we develop in the observatory is mainly related to exoplanet now, and space weather too, and also to space debris and space tracking and variable star. We will have more scientific presentation in Symposium 393, as I said, about what we achieved in the observatory, and also in the focus meeting 10, excuse me, where we will speak about again the observatory in robotic mode we use for making the observation. The Camden is a part of astrophysics, high energy and astrophysics laboratory, which have 2 groups, one theoretical group, high energy and theory, and astrophysics. We also already said about that. You can see the impressive increasing of the citation and publication in the thanks to the experiment we developed at the observatory. This is make it possible thanks to several cooperation we have with several times around the world, mostly all continents in the world. And we also be involved in development of astronomy in Africa, mainly by initiative we launched with our colleague David Baratu to try to integrate the effort of community in space, specifically in planetary and space science. In this slide, I show the first shelter we installed for the Moroccan cooperation, pro-arm cooperation. And now we have 3 shelters from the same groups. And because of big interest, the astronomical community, both professional and amateur, are attracted by the quality of Camden sites. We made efforts in the training students in the observatory, and here you can see the group from Belgium who made this internship in the context of a master program at the Camden Observatory. We have several facilities at the observatory, and we can organize both the school and the training program there. Yes, this is just for history. We start, as I said, but this experiment and just I come back to this to say to our colleagues from Africa that we can, the important thing to do is the science, of course. And we can install experiment, we can do science, even if we don't have a lot of financial support, but just by having some ingenuity. We develop several experiments ourselves for the site testing, firstly, and also for interferometry in observatory. I don't have time to, I will go quick. Yes. This is also in 2000 an important date for us. Since we organize a big workshop with the support of Astronomical Union, dedicated to site testing, and this is what we have been selected after by the European community for the site, as I already said. We develop an experiment we put at the Dome C, which is called single star CDAR. This is very made very success instrument, and also one sample saying monitor we can also establish everywhere with just small telescope. And we develop also some research in the and as you see in the interferometry. The main publication we have is about what we call isopistonic angle measurements. The first time we can do this work for the community. Yes, this is for most telescope. I already presented this. This is to just present our main publication, the main publication where we, our group, be a part, and mainly in nature and nature astronomy, as you can see. You have the most important one. Yes, the most important time is one. It's of course this related to the discovery of TRAPPIST-1, and a lot of citation of this publication. Yeah. Yes, this is just to review the important main publication we have this last years. Yes, this is important too. We published this observation made at the Camden Observatory in cooperation with the IAU CPS Center to monitor Blue Worker 3 telescope.
You have 20 seconds.
Okay. Yes, I am finishing now. The Camden Observatory has been propelled to the forefront of scientific interest due to its exceptional location, the one of the best astronomical around the world, with the exceptional atmospheric conditions, its contribution to several exceptional discoveries. The Camden Observatory has captured the attention of numerous international scientific institutions. This surge of interest has provided Morocco with an opportunity to cultivate research and training within a growing team. As a result, Morocco now occupies a prominent position in the region, Africa and the Middle East in terms of scientific publication. Furthermore, the success story of...
Sorry, but you're past time. Could you please wrap it up?
I have to stop. I don't finish my conclusion. No?
Keep going.
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your for your attention, and I can discuss with you about Kingdom Observatory after during this coming year, coming week. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to be so brutal on the time, and that it is fascinating, and I would suggest we have no time for questions, and I would suggest that if you have any questions for Zuhair, you find him later or in the poster sessions. And I would like to thank him for his talk. I guess I am brutal on these things. So our last talk is by Nikita Madanpal on Hack4Dev data science hackathons. And now you know what happens at 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thanks, Suzanne. Can I have my slides, please? Okay. Hello, everyone. Everyone here and all those joining online. I am Nikita Madanpal from WITS University, WITS Center for Astrophysics. So this is a bit of a deviation from the other talks in the session because we're focusing on data science, skills development, and hackathons in particular. I know there's some of our alumni actually might be in the room, participants and past tutors and things of our hackathons, but just a show of hands, how many people have actually ever taken part in a hackathon? Okay, quite a few and potential for more. Great. Okay, so where's this the clicky thing? Okay, so yeah, so I'll be talking about data science skills development and this initiative, this program called Hack4Dev. So what is Hack4Dev? Hack4Dev is a collaboration of a few different organizations. I'm sure you've seen a lot of them at this conference and in the exhibition area. And it actually started as a program as part of DARA Big Data, which is a sister project to DARA, which I'm sure you've also heard a lot about. And this started in 2018 with a few different initiatives. I think about 1 or 2 hackathons run in Africa, specifically the SKA partner countries, over, from 2018 to 2020. And that's when they then formed a partnership with the Office of Astronomy for Development. And also the partner was always on board was IDEA, providing their access to their cloud, research cloud facility that we use to run our hackathons. And people always get confused, especially in the sort of data science industry about the name Hack4Dev, but I'm sure here there's less confusion. But we mean Hack4Dev as dev as in the UN Sustainable Development Goals and not software dev. So yes, we're using data science skills development to positively impact sustainable development. And so like I said, it started off as a project with DARA Big Data, but then grew into Hack4Dev, which is actually the brainchild of Prof. Carolina Odman-Govender. And she brought all these organizations together. Okay, so why hackathons? So first, what qualifies as a hackathon? I'm sure you've heard this word everywhere, nowadays. But a hackathon just needs 3 things. It needs you have a societal need or a problem to be solved, and then you have people coming together and working on this problem in a very short amount of time. That's basically a hackathon. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be related to tech or programming in particular, but yes, that's the nature of a hackathon. And so the vision at Hack4Dev is to use something like this, an informal way of education to supplement formal education, because formal education cannot sort of keep up with the technology sort of advancement coming with the 4IR. So we need things such as this to introduce these things in many different ways at many different levels. Okay, and so the other benefit to hackathons in particular versus a normal sort of workshop or something is that you have very many ways of reaching the participants and making it beneficial. So one of the main things is that you get hands-on experience working on real-world problems. This builds the confidence in being able to apply these skills, either in research or look at other career opportunities. And you know, you're coming together, you're working with people that you've not met before, and you're working on collaboration and networking skills, and we always have tutors involved. So there's you know, you get to learn from your mentors. So there's a number of different ways in which a hackathon is special in achieving a number of goals. And why data science in particular? You know, like I said, we are, this is an astronomy conference, but of course, as the objective of lots of our partners, such as FS, you cannot develop astronomy without also developing data science skills. And so it's very crucial. And we've run a number of events in Africa, and it's definitely contributed to this. Also, just research advancement in general. We know that these skills are becoming more and more, you know, necessary. Machine learning in particular, and of course, enhanced employability. So impacting socioeconomic development. You know, it's obviously a skill that's you know, it has applications across various industries, and always a good, powerful tool to have. So the past sort of events that we've run from 2018 to 2023, a lot of these were run during COVID as well, so some of them were fully virtual. But this just gives you an idea, and we've always had sort of our events being oversubscribed by a factor of 4 on average. And you see Kenya winning this, where we had 400 applications for 16 spaces during COVID. So yeah, there's a great need for this, obviously. And yeah, you know, we just want to have as much reach and impact as we can. Okay, so the actual number of participants is shown here, and we try as much as possible to encourage applications from female participants, and on average we've had 37% female attendance, which we hope to improve, obviously, going forward. These are just some of the testimonials, you know, from those who have attended, and you know, apart from these, so we have a lot of surveys that, you know, we've done feedback surveys, which the impact of which will be analyzed more thoroughly in my colleague Islam Hussein's research that will be coming up, and this is more of a social science sort of perspective, and this idea of informal education to impact this. But yes, we've had lots of feedback about, you know, how it's launched a career into data science in many ways and created a lot of opportunity. Okay, another very important thing in this program is obviously to create resources. Resources that we use in our projects, and resources that will be, in our program, and that will be available for everyone to use, freely available. So if you navigate to the Hack4Dev website, you'll see all our hackathon projects. Some of these, or a lot of these, are astronomy related, but a lot of them are also development related, ones that are relevant to Africa specifically so far. And so we have, you know, a lot of astronomy ones, and then so these are really the resources are there. It takes quite a lot of time to produce these resources and convert a research project into Jupyter Notebook tutorials that we use. But you know, they're very, very thorough. There's a lot of explanation in them, so that even if you do not have tutors at this event, you could still run this with these tutorials, and it would be quite successful. So like I said, in addition to astronomy related projects, we have development related things such as flood detection, remote sensing projects, and some projects that are also more accessible to younger participants, sort of school age participants. This was a very cool one with the breakthrough listen in Berkeley City that we did. Okay, so going forward, this year and going forward, we've changed our framework and how we do things. So in order to make it more sustainable and to have more reach, we've decided to go with the sort of train the trainers approach and working with, on a cascade model and, training. We've had a call this year for organizing teams around the world who are willing to put together their own hackathon, so the regional hackathons. So we had a call and we received 64 applications from around the world, mostly Africa. We will expand this going forward, hopefully, but most of them from Africa. And we'll select from these about 15 of these organizing teams, have a training session in October this year. And their regional hackathons will then be implemented in the first 3 months of next year, and those will be fully funded by Hack4Dev. So yes, I've said this cascade model. So that, a lot of our past tutors or participants have gone on to be tutors, and tutors have gone on to be organizers and have applied actually in this call, which is wonderful to see. And then we're also having more of a shift to strictly research-based projects, so that they can be more sort of impact in terms of the outcome of the actual hackathon and any progress made. Okay, so some pictures. I know you can see a lot of masks being worn because these are the ones that were during COVID and a few after. And thank you very much. And if you want to get involved either, as a participant in the future or organizing a hackathon, please just go and fill in this very, very short form, and we'll be sure to get in touch with you when anything is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita. We have time for questions.
Thank you for sharing that. It strikes me, I've been to a lot of hackathons, and it strikes me the way that you approach a hackathon is very much like children approach learning at anything. And I wondered if you'd ever thought about doing a hackathon with school-aged children, and it'd obviously be quite different to doing that with astronomers. The children will probably be better behaved. And if you haven't, maybe that could be an interesting avenue.
Yes, okay. So two things. One thing is that because Hack4Dev it's not solely focused on astronomy, so a lot of our participants are actually not astronomers. The requirements are that they sort of have basic programming skills, and they can be from any STEM field. And they're usually postgraduate students, but we have a school program that we're sort of piloting at the moment. And I've heard from my colleagues that was very successful. There's a different team that works on the school programs, but like I said, the SETI project was designed with a school teacher from California, and he was working with the Berkeley SETI Institute, and I think that was very successful from what I've heard as well. Definitely, I think it's that sort of way of tackling a problem in a short space of time where everyone is focused and there's so much creativity and room for exploring and being innovative. So yeah, I think it's a brilliant way to bring these things into the classroom, and that'll be hopefully one of the programs that take off next year, hopefully. Yeah, but this data science hackathon program is focused on postgraduates, yeah, everywhere.
Any questions online? No questions.
Yeah, so this is purely naive curiosity, but do you see kind of, we're talking about kind of software development and getting software skills into STEM fields. I mean, the whole data revolution must be much wider than just STEM. Mm-hmm. So are you discovering that there is an applicant pressure from outside STEM of people who would like to participate and develop these kinds of skills?
Okay, yes. So in the past, we've had somehow that we've had people outside of STEM who've applied. We had people from law, for example, when we ran a natural language processing hackathon, and that would obviously be very useful for people in law and going through all those articles and things. So yeah, we haven't really most of our targeting, our adverts are not specific to people in STEM, but we could definitely open it up. But just in terms of, it would still be beneficial in terms of the objectives of Hack for Dev, since we're looking at global sustainable development goals. So definitely should do that as well. Thank you.
We have time for one or two more questions for Nikita. I am getting my exercise today.
Thank you, Nikita, for the wonderful presentation. Most often, the application requires that you should have a computer coding or programming background.
Mm-hmm.
But you did also mention that hackathon is not all about programming, really, programming. So I quite remember a few weeks ago when we tried to throw this challenge to school kids about 12 to 16 years to have some challenge in that area where we look at space, food, and security, and we would like them to present a poster. So the feedback we had was, no, they have not attended any coding program before. How will this be possible? So may I know if you have other hackathon events that is not programming based?
Okay.
Or do you have such a plan, or what kind of advice will you give to us or such kids that they also start engagement in such hackathon activities early enough?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So yeah, the school program that was run last year, they sort of Hack for Dev ran. They had a sort of way of learning coding on their own, and they were introduced to the platform. I forget the name of it, but they were introduced to the platform ahead of time, and they could go through it from their cell phones. They could learn prior to the hackathon to sort of prepare them. So these hackathons are focused on programming and data science skills, but that's definitely a great idea going forward to have when we develop our school program, that maybe we can have a few hackathons that introduce a certain concept or certain problem and not require actual coding programming skills to solve them. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, technically we have time for one more question, but I know that it's the break where there's coffee and maybe some biscuits or something. All right, last chance. Whoops, there's always.
No problem.
Sorry, just one question. I was wondering, with your whole cascade approach where you have this training for these local organizations, is there any incentive for these local organizations to want to host the outreach themselves?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, I think the need is just so great at all these institutions. So it's usually the people who have applied so far, you find that they are senior or junior lecturers at universities, and they know that these skills need to be developed. And I think that's incentive enough. Like, I think, remember, I showed you that the demand is so great, to bring these things to students in a very accessible and hands-on practical way. And it really does a great job of giving them a taste of what it's like and showing how, like I said, boost their confidence to be able to actually enter this field. So yeah, it's I guess the funding that we provide for the event itself and the support is incentive enough because of the great need in Africa.
Okay, so let's thank Nikita. And also our previous three speakers. And I suggest you go and enjoy the poster sessions and come back for the final oral session for Division C at, I believe it's 3:30.
Speakers later.
Well, hello, everyone. And everybody could take their seats. We'll get the session 5 started here momentarily. And as the other sessions have done before, I'll be timing you. And I'll give you a 5-minute warning and a 2-minute warning. But I don't think there's going to be any problem. Anyway, my name is Steve Goldberg, and I'm the chair for this session. And I'm excited to be able to put this whole group discussing astronomy and conflict zones in front of you. And we'll start with Selina Henitagawa from, well, currently from Japan and previously Sri Lanka. And he will talk about perspectives on decolonizing astronomy.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. And let's see if we, okay. Until they try to get my slides up, maybe I can first start with, this talk is about 3 years late.
It's up there now.
Okay, great. I was supposed to give it at the last GA, but the day before my flight, I had COVID. So I think a lot of us have been through the same thing last time. And, but so, and secondly, decolonizing science in general is something I have been working on for last couple of years, and I kind of want to start thanking a few people that's been working together, and some of them are actually properly collaborating on projects, and some of them are who gave like ideas or asked questions during a coffee. But I want to thank everybody who's involved in these efforts for a long time now. But why this topic? So I live in Japan, and looking around this room, I know most of you, and I moved to Japan about 6-7 years ago, and I also moved from astronomy to astrobiology, and which I really like. I work on live detection and like more interdisciplinary communicating and philosophy, art, and everything else outside of scientific studies. And but maybe almost like 10 years ago, I was in Sri Lanka. I am from Sri Lanka. It's a beautiful country. If you haven't been there, please go. And we also do need the money. So please go as a tourist and spend some money. And I met a friend of mine from Sri Lanka for a coffee, and who's a marine biologist. And we realized while talking, so Sri Lanka is a really interesting country for marine biology. And there was a group of Ivy League scientists who went to Sri Lanka on a holiday visa, and then ended up actually doing some research and collecting samples. And then they went back and they ended up publishing one of the still highly cited papers. So this is actually great for science because they found something really interesting, but this whole process broke a lot of laws and policies, not just and ethical issues as well, and in science, but also local marine science policies, and also didn't even collaborate anybody locally. So looking at this, it's a huge issue in not just in astronomy, but in other areas in science, like in geology, in marine science, and so many other areas. And and this conversation also started like looking at my field in astronomy. What are we doing? What can we do to make it better? Because I mean, some of you maybe have been here for 1 week already, or some of you arrived today. And there's been so many inspiring talks, so many amazing things people are doing all over the world. And while we continue to do this, it's also really important to look at how we do things, who's benefiting, how are we actually creating, how can we create a better outcome? And so slowly we started looking at certain areas in astronomy and in science in general. And we started mostly with, I started mostly working with the UN on this matter, because UN is also very supportive of development of science around the world. And so it's one of the interesting areas for UN to actually work on. So today, I'm gonna go through some of these areas that I want to get your attention on. And this talk is more like a perspective talk. And the idea is actually we all continue to be amazing and do amazing things, but also do it in a way that actually has a better future for everybody else, and also for us as well. So before moving forward on looking even into science and astronomy, there are different definitions and different understanding what is colonization, what is decolonization, and what is post-colonialism. And it's fine to have these different definitions, because me coming from Sri Lanka, my experience as a country growing up that was colonized is my experience, and my view towards colonization can be quite different from somebody from another country. And even two different countries, like how India experienced colonization and how Sri Lanka experienced colonization, is quite different. And also which generation you come from. If you ask from my dad has a different view. And these all different perspectives or views are fine, but just for this talk, I kind of want to bring everybody into one understanding that so we can move forward for this talk. So colonization is where one party sort of cedes power over another, and usually it's it has effects on economic, religion, cultural, and so on. And then decolonization is sort of when that party sort of take an action or process to withdraw from that region, or it could be a community, and it could be any sort of a level. For us, it was a whole region. And then also, there's a lot of social scientists studying post-colonialism, and also there's large population also marking post-colonialism as something that happened within the last 30 years. But I would say it's something that's still happening, and it continue to happen until sort of we find a way to move forward through this. And there are arguments, like I have heard so many times, Sri Lanka is famous for Ceylon tea. I'm sure some of your favorite Ceylon tea. And we also have railroads thanks to British. So the two things they did that we still continue is Ceylon tea and the railroads. And these are two things actually bring large portion of wealth into the country. And however, if you look at the last 500 years and how that colonialism worked, is that not most of the countries that were wealthy and doing well pre-colonialism ended up being really poor. So that argument of reversal of fortune doesn't really work at all times. So I want to touch base on the three areas I want to go through: you education and outreach, and research, and also institutions. And what can we do, or what should we aware when we are looking through all of these through a decolonizing filter. So when education and outreach is quite interesting, because these two areas is something I grew up being volunteering as a school student in Sri Lanka, trying to do outreach, and trying to do education a bit more in a strategic way. So it's interesting that to think someone from Sri Lanka or someone from England, we all basically learn a science curriculum that is actually focused on very Eurocentric. And this is how the science curriculum was built, and it's continued to do so. And but think of this curriculum for a second. When we study languages, we always say foreign language. So you have your language that is native to you, and for me, English is not my native language, so I studied English as a foreign language. And science is also coming from this Western-centric science. It also comes across as a very much of a foreign culture. And sort of student, really young student in Sri Lanka who's studying science, it's sort of come across as a science as a foreign language. And, but at the same time, teachers are also not trained to think of it in a foreign subject. We all think science is actually global. Science is sort of like a fits for everybody. And while doing this, we also miss the opportunity to bring in local knowledge that contribute to science, indigenous knowledge that contribute to the science within the co-curriculum. So it's really important that we find ways to sort of advocate, not just to teach these things as an additional thing, like an extra thing, but as a long-term, that we find ways to make these knowledges that are otherwise gone unseen as a part of the curriculum that people study. So somebody from Australia, growing up in Australia, doesn't have to go out of their way to study about Aboriginal contribution to science. It should be in their co-curriculum. So, and then other aspect I want to also touch base is education outreach, especially outreach. There's a lot of projects, global projects. And one of the things which is really nice, I mean, we did so many global projects in Sri Lanka, starting a little bit before the International Year of Astronomy, and continue to do so. But at the same time, there's this notion of sort of how we approach global projects. What's the relevance to local, and how, because think about it, a lot of the people joining, doing outreach are actually volunteers. Large majority is actually volunteers. And we are dedicating this energy, time, and efforts that local people who has try to contribute to a global project. But we also need to find ways to sort of align what's more important locally and sort of redress that the energy resources we have locally to something that actually works locally. So that's why if you look at some of the projects that Sri Lanka was part of, we were heavily involved in 2009, a lot of projects, but we are less involved right now because we have a local, like a strategy, national strategy. We are trying to put as much as effort there and then trying to join global agendas that actually also fits us. So in a way, we also have come to a point, this is sort of like a quota filling and checking boxes. So it's kind of important how whenever we design a project, to look at how can this be adapted to local relevance. And this also linked to parachute science, which is also both in research and education and outreach, where we have a lot of sort of kind of efforts that are leading into one-off events, one-off activities, and I have been part of that because when I was a student in Sri Lanka, we hear something like through somebody, oh, this person would like to come to Sri Lanka to give a talk. And we would put so much energy, effort, and raise funding to get that person and get that person to Sri Lanka. And then, but we are still excited, I mean, to have this person because it's a country, there's no professional level astronomy. To get somebody locally down to teach these kids and share their knowledge. And for us, it's exciting. And if you even do it today, it's still exciting. And we do learn a lot. But what happens afterwards is the problem. No one has really thought about, like back then, we didn't think about what do we do after? Okay, we have the knowledge, what's next? And what do we do with this person afterwards? So that's why kind of it's really important. I think one of the really good examples is the Pan-African Summer School, how these are built, because there are a bunch of people from Western countries, a bunch of people from African continent working together to build these things. And and then moving forward, research and collaboration also So as everybody knows, there's especially in astronomy, there's a lot of problems. But these are the sort of like the things we have been dealing with now for the past 10 years. And I'm not going to go through the TMT. And let me move forward. So looking at even the outreach, education, and research, one of the common themes around all of these is the narrative. How do you present something? And narrative is so important. I cannot emphasize how important narratives are. Somebody like for a couple of years ago, I don't know if there's anybody from ESA, but ESA had this slogan running very proudly, Europeans once explorers, always explorers, where this is something I guess people in Europe could be proud of. But that European exploration was a nightmare for large portion of the world. So that's why how you present and how you look at things is quite important. And this goes on to even like how where the money and the resources are leading is brain drain. And I'm part of that because we have about 22 dozen people who has a PhD in astronomy from Sri Lanka, but all of us are outside of the country. And it's sort of in a cycle where we can't develop anything because we're outside of the country, and we still try to find a way to do it. And then institution changes. And this is I think last 2 years, this is something I've been working on, or rather most of my focus is going on. So even astronomy is one of in all of the sciences, we even not just people who are in this room, and some of you are like scientists doing outreach, and some of you are dedicated for outreach 100%. But astronomy, out of all the sciences, has this notion that engagement in public is actually quite easy, and in a way, because it's such a beautiful and relatable sort of among all cultures. But we focus so much on the community, how we can do things for the community. And we assume that people with PhDs and people with experience understand all these cultures and how to deal with cultures and how to do with people from how to deal with refugees and without having proper training. So, and I've been thinking, how can we actually do it better? How could, people like even within IAU have several different offices. How do you train people before you even reach out to the community? And UN does this in a very interesting way. In different aspects of UN, if you are sort of reaching out to a specific community, it doesn't matter if you're a professor or a director or a head of something, you still need to do a course and get trained how to actually do it. And this was interesting because I remember in 2015 when there was a refugee crisis and a lot of refugees went to Syrian refugees went to Greece. I was kind of excited I can go and volunteer. And I think, well, Pedro is not here, but he was also interested in volunteering. And then turns out we can't volunteer as we want because we had to do a training. So this is something maybe we can also work together. And lastly, I kind of want to leave everybody with, so I presented several different perspectives, but what can you do? There are a few efforts going, and once with the stars, you can actually join. There's going to be a paper coming out soon, which has a nice overview of everything. And then there's a bunch of people in European Citizen Science Association interested in doing online training. And we are working on a proposal for a IAU symposium on decolonizing astronomy. So if anybody is interested in joining, please talk to me. And then there's UN Decolonizing Science Sessions coming up that I organized in September, which is on 25th, 20th, these 3 days. And they're focusing on, this year we are focusing on 3 sessions, 3 topics. What does it mean to do science in indigenous land? And so we have a bunch of people from observatories and the indigenous community coming together.
Felina,
yeah,
we're out of time.
Okay, and then colonial reflections in space exploration, and then science education, right? So I'm just gonna leave it here. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for your talk on this most important subject. There is no time left for questions
That's
right
okay.
now, but because this is leading into a panel discussion, anyone that has questions, save them, and then there might be time then to
And I'm
ask.
here for the rest of the week. Thanks.
So next, Francesca Fracuti is our next speaker, talking about astronomy as a tool for peace on the post-conflict island of Cyprus.
Right. Hi, everyone. First of all, thanks so much to the organizers for putting this session together. I think it's really important. And thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about this project. So yeah, I'm going to talk about this project, the Columba Ibadia project, which took place in Cyprus. And this was run by 2 organizations, Galileo Mobile and the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research, which I'll say a little bit more about later. And this was with a lot of support by the OAD, who funded a large part of this project, and other institutes that I list there. Okay, so I won't try and give you kind of a full background of the historical context of Cyprus, because we'd have to be here all day. But essentially, Cyprus is this little island in the Eastern Mediterranean. And the 2 main ethnic communities of Cyprus, the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots, these used to live in kind of mixed villages around Cyprus, around the island. And after Cyprus became independent from Britain, so we also have a British colonial influence there. So after that happened, there was some intercommunal fighting between these 2 communities, and after a lot of violence, a war that broke out, and a subsequent exchange of populations, what we have now in Cyprus is that these 2 communities, the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots, live separated on kind of different sides of the island for over 45 years in a post-conflict state. So these communities are separated by what we call the Green Line. So this is a region that kind of runs through the island that separates the southwest from the northeast of the island. And this is where the United Nations have a peacekeeping force, which is one of the longest running peacekeeping forces by the UN. The capital of Cyprus, Nicosia, which is my own hometown, is the last divided European capital. So the actual city itself is kind of split in 2. There's kind of barbed wire in the middle and a militarized zone. And in 2003, basically what happened was that for the first time in many, many years since the 70s, essentially, there were some checkpoints that opened in Nicosia and in different parts of the island that allowed people from the 2 communities to cross from one side to the other, and so to start interacting with each other. So around this time, I started doing some outreach in astronomy, and I got the enormous privilege to go to Peru to carry out some astronomy activities there. And it was really powerful to witness how astronomy was really bringing people from very different backgrounds together. And it was clearly a really powerful tool for kind of bridging cultural gaps between people. And that was kind of the context for wanting to start this Astronomy for Peace project in Cyprus. This was essentially a grassroots initiative that uses astronomy as a tool to inspire children to be curious about science, but also at the same time wanted to encourage a sense of global citizenship and a culture of peace and nonviolence. And that's how the Columba Ibadia project was born. So we take the name Columba comes from the dove constellation, which is a well-known symbol of peace. And then Ibadia is in honor of Ibadia of Alexandria, who is one of the first female astronomers in historical record. And it wants to really celebrate, the aim of this was to really celebrate the women in STEM and the contribution of women in STEM, and also as leaders in the peace building process. Okay, I'll look over here, then I think you can hear me better. So the project began in 2016, and then we got subsequent funding by the Office of Astronomy for Development, some philanthropic foundations. The United Nations Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus also contributed, as well as some research institutes as well. Okay, so the implementing organizations are Galileo Mobile and the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research, which is based at the Home for Cooperation, which is in the United Nations controlled buffer zone. Galileo Mobile is a non-profit itinerant science education initiative. It's run by astronomers, educators, and science communicators. And the goal of the project is to bring astronomy closer to young people around the world. And we really have an emphasis on remote or underserved regions that have little access to other outreach actions. And the motto of Galileo Mobile has always been under the same sky. And the initiative was created in late 2008 to celebrate the International Year of Astronomy in 2009. And there's been various projects that have reached over 20,000 people in over 10 countries over the years. The other implementing organization is the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research. This is an intercommunal organization. So there's both Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots participating in this NGO. And it specializes in peace education, and it's based in Cyprus. And its mission is to contribute to the advancement of historical understanding between different communities, and they specialize specifically on children, youth, and educators. And so this was really a multidisciplinary kind of approach to this project. We had science communicators, but also people working on peace education, educators, historians who were involved in this project. And we were working within the UN Sustainable Development Goals framework. So we in particular wanted to address goals 4, 5, and 16. So we wanted to bring together communities separated by conflict, engage children with educational activities, encourage girls to pursue a career in STEM by providing kind of female role models that they could aspire to, and inspiring a sense of unity and global citizenship. So maybe it's not too obvious, or maybe it is, why we want to use astronomy for peace. So I thought I'd just say a few words about that. So of course, learning about astronomy helps us understand our place in the universe. And I think it really provides us with a very unifying cosmovision. It helps in having this feeling of the overview effect. This is something that's commonly reported by astronauts, which is this feeling of connectedness. Earth and all living beings on it are part of one ecosystem. So we're all very interdependent on each other. Things like the fact that, national boundaries are not visible from space. So when we look at the world from this vantage point, the conflicts that divide people, are perhaps put into context and perhaps seem a little bit less important. And astronomy has really been affecting our cosmovision and our culture really throughout human history, right? So we've learned that we don't hold a special place in the universe. The Earth is not the center of the universe. It's just one of many planets that move around the sun. The sun is not a particularly special star. It's just one of the many stars in our galaxy, and so forth. So it's really helped to, it's really shaped our cosmovision. But at the same time, of course, life on Earth is precious and rare. It's the only planet we know to host life. And this really puts into context the fragility of Earth and the importance of sustainability and cooperation. And I think nothing captures that better than the image of the pale blue dot, which was taken by the Voyager space probe, and that shows us our home kind of as a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. And I'm sure, we've all heard this quote from Carl Sagan a million times, but you can never hear it enough. I think it's one of the most beautiful quotes ever written, where he says that it has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience, and that there is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known. And something that I'll come back to a little bit later as well is that astronomy is a really exciting and captivating subject. And this kind of fascination with the sky is something that's shared across all different cultures and throughout human history. And that makes it really easy to engage the general public. It makes it easy to engage educators and students in these kinds of projects. And that's really very important in post-conflict contexts, because in post-conflict contexts, it's hard to bring people together from the two sides usually, and having something that people will engage with and are really enthusiastic to do is really, really vital. Okay, so in terms of the Columba project, the target groups we had our main target group was primary school children. So we carried out activities in primary schools around the island, and then we had what we call bicommunal activities in the United Nations controlled buffer zone, and I'll say a bit more about those in a minute. We also carried out some activities for adults and the general public, so we had astronomy events, lectures, star parties, and all of these were carried out in the United Nations controlled buffer zone so that people from both sides of the island could join these. And we also had some youth events around astronomy themes like star parties, astronomy in camps, and so forth. Okay, so I wanted to say a little bit more about these activities that we carried out with children, because that was really the main thing that we focused on. So we first had what we called these monocommunal activities. So these were days where we would go into either a Greek Cypriot school or a Turkish Cypriot school, and we would carry out these inquiry-based educational astronomy activities. And the idea there would be to learn about our place in the cosmos from the lens of modern astronomy. So we do kind of, a standard Earth as a peppercorn activity, which you can see on the right there. We had some solar telescopes, so we do some observations of the sun. And the other thing that was really important, we would prepare the children for the bicommunal meetups. So we would keep in mind that for these children, most of them have never met anyone from the other community. Most of them have never been inside the United Nations controlled buffer zone. For them, that's a very scary place, because even though in principle it's a demilitarized zone, it's actually a heavily militarized zone, which has, soldiers and guns and all of these kinds of things. So it was quite an overwhelming experience for a lot of these children, and they were really scared. So we would sit down and talk with them about this. And, say, like, do you have any questions? And often, these kids would be asking questions like, are they going to shoot us, miss? So it was really important to prepare them and talk about this and reassure them. And then we would have what was kind of the most beautiful part of the project, which were these bicommunal days. So this was when we would bring children from Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot schools into the United Nations controlled buffer zone. And we would carry out astronomy-based activities altogether. So these were really adapted astronomy activities that would help to promote interaction between the children, and were designed in such a way that they would help the children learn about each other and really break down stereotypes. And our favorite activity that we carried out was the golden record activity. So I have a little video that shows you what this looked like, and because videos are much more comprehensive. So I'll play that video and then tell you a little bit more about that.
Okay, so what I want us to do today is to make our own golden record from Cyprus, okay? What we would want to send to an alien civilization that would be representative of all of Cyprus, okay?
This is a very nice activity. It's based on the golden record that's on the Voyager spacecrafts, which were launched in the 70s. Well, it was more symbolic than anything, but the idea was if these spacecrafts were to ever be intercepted by an alien civilization, for us to give kind of a token of Earth.
So, for example, images of people, images of natural landscapes, animals, sounds of Cyprus, which could include nature, sounds of nature, sounds of animals, music, different musics from the island, our languages, different languages that are spoken on our island, food of Cyprus. And I want to know if you have any other ideas of topics that you think would be important.
And this is really great because it gives the children an opportunity to discuss about different things they want to send that is representative of all of Cyprus, that are actually similar between the different communities in Cyprus, but also the differences, which are very interesting. And so, so the idea is to build a golden record from Cyprus as a representation of our country, of our common land.
What's your favorite food? Salma. Salma. Pupepka. Bravo.
What music do you like of Cyprus? We will find sounds, but also music.
5, 6, 7, like this.
Okay. So yeah, so we would build these Cyprus golden records where we would get the kids to interact with each other. I can say a little bit more about that if you're interested later, how we got them to do that, because as you might realize, these children are actually speaking different languages. So even getting them to, I mean, for them to communicate was, it was not easy because we had to have translators. Although one of the great things of having children of young ages in this project was that at those ages, children just, you know, are very kind of enthusiastic about, oh, yeah, great, about, you know, playing and just get to communicate without, you know, they became friends even without speaking the same language, which was just a really beautiful thing to witness. In terms of some of the kind of deliverables that came out of the project, we created this handbook with activities that are particularly useful for this kind of astronomy for peace context. These were in Greek and Turkish, but we have these also in English. So these were based on the Galileo Mobile Handbook. The Galileo Mobile Handbook is kind of free available resource you can get from the Galileo Mobile website, which I've linked there. These particular activities were basically some selected from there, but we also included some activities such as, for example, the Golden Record, which are really, really great for this kind of astronomy for peace context. In terms of impact, we reached out to over 700 children in primary schools, youth, teachers, and members of the general public. We have a short documentary that has over 7,000 views across different platforms. The project was awarded a Science Engagement of the Year award and highlighted as a best practices project on using astronomy for diplomacy. But I think the real kind of impact, which is very hard to measure, of course, in numbers, is maybe best encapsulated in this photo. So this is a photo that one of our volunteers took at one of the events, which is, and what you see are two girls there. On the left is a Turkish Cypriot girl. On the right is a Greek Cypriot girl. And this was how, you know, these children had become friends after one of these bicommunal days. And this is something that we saw a lot, you know, happening. That was the goal, of course, to get these children to meet each other. But it was just so beautiful to see how quickly these kids would bond, become friends, want to exchange numbers, want to, you know, keep in touch long term. So that was, I think, one of the wonderful things to come out of this project. We were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, like many projects. So one of particular issue that we dealt with was that the checkpoints that allowed the children to cross over into the United Nations controlled buffer zone and onto the other side were closed for about 2 years during COVID-19. There was a subsequent also change of leadership in the Turkish Cypriot community that kind of put a pause on many of these peace building initiatives. And essentially the project went into a de facto pause due to a number of challenges that we were facing with bringing children from schools together from the two communities. So I just want to end with some of the reflections and lessons learned. So science and astronomy are really powerful tools for diplomacy, from grassroots initiatives to large intergovernmental endeavors. And astronomy is a really engaging subject with appeal that captivates children and educators and really commits them to the project. So I think having the STEM component was extremely important in a post-conflict context. For example, we had children who their parents did not sign off on them to come to the bicommunal days. But after we would go into the schools and carry out the activities, the children would be so enthusiastic about this astronomy context that they would go back to their parents and beg them, please, please, please let me go. And so we would always have additional children that would sign up for these bicommunal days. So that was a really important aspect of it. And of course, it has this natural message of unity, and we have, children kind of anecdotally reporting changing their views of the other group. A really important thing is the point of multidisciplinarity, and Talina also touched upon this before, the local context. So involving individuals from different backgrounds was really key to success. Having peace education practitioners, experts working in conflict resolution, as well as science communicators and astronomers was so important. And the involvement of local stakeholders and taking into account the local context. So this was kind of a Cypriot-led initiative, and I think that was really important. And just to end here, so we have another project coming up in the future, which is the Stars of Peace project. So this is a STEM and leadership summer camp where we want to bring girls from post-conflict regions, in particular Cyprus, to carry out STEM and leadership activities and kind of, again, get to know each other, break down barriers, and be leaders of tomorrow in STEM and in their communities. And so with that, I thank you for your attention.
Once again, another valuable presentation, but unfortunately we are out of time again. Ran the full 20 minutes. Francesca will be part of the panel discussion later, so hopefully either during that event or afterwards we'll be able to ask questions. Okay, next we have Tamador Khalil, who is here to talk with us today about the astronomy and outgoing conflict in Sudan. And please.
Sorry, how can I? Okay. Hi everyone, Tamador Khalil Mansour Duma, and I'm gonna give this talk on behalf of Hassan Abdullah, my colleague, astronomy and ongoing conflict in Sudan. I will have a quick outline. I will talk about a brief introduction about Sudan and astronomy program, and then I will highlight the first undergraduate program in Sudan, and then I will highlight some activities and outreach program, and then I will talk about conflict in Sudan, and I will finish my talk about our current effort in Sudan. So Sudan is located in the northeastern part of Sudan. Before 2011, it was one country, and now divided with Sudan and South Sudan. And for the astronomy program in Sudan, initially, we don't have any institute that give astronomy degree directly, but there are some research engaged in Khartoum University, Faculty of Science. They engage for different program, astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology as well. For example, we have Mahjoub Abed Taha. He got a PhD in physics from Cambridge University in 1967. And also, I just forget to mention about one person. His name is Muhammad Sultan, and now he is engaged in NASA postdoc program. So the first undergraduate astronomy program in Sudan, and the only one, is in Umdurman Islamic University, established in 2008 in Faculty of Science and Technology. And we have a student that will take a class for 5 years. So for 4 years, they're gonna take a class for astronomy and meteorology together courses, besides another subject like math, physics, and chemistry, geology, and so on. And in average, like between 20, 30 students engage in our department each year. And but at the final year, they need to choose between astronomy or meteorology. So most of them, they went for meteorology, and a few of them went to the astronomy research. And they end like one or two just going for postgrad study. Here I want to highlight it, our staff faculty member in our department, like 10 of us, and also there are some correlation from different universities in Sudan. But here I will just mention about people who are doing astronomy and astrophysics. So we have Hassan Abdullah, he's my colleague. He's the assistant professor at our department, and now he is he's a postdoc fellow at University of Madrid. And we have Abu Bakr Yaqub, he's lecturer at our department, and he's PhD student at Institute of Space Science, the University of Barcelona, and he about to finish his PhD very soon. We have Huzaifa Brema, also lecturer at our department, and now he got opportunity to very long research visit at ICTP. We have Abu Bakr Mastour. He recently graduated from AIMS program, and he now also visits Max Planck Institute. Also, he's helped us from some online courses. And myself, I already introduced myself, PhD student at Johannesburg University, Center of Astroparticle Physics. So here, for activity and outreach program, we have many events that I will not be able to highlight it in full details, but however, I will try to mention about some of it. So here, as I remember, in 2014, we just organized some outreach event for our student in our department to observe the moon, and then we host just a small lecture to know about the different types of telescope, and also the fundamental things that you need to do and take care before observation. Here, our students from our department and other students from other university, from different departments like in electric engineering. So they together they have Meteor Astronomy Society. So also they have many kind of event, and this one of it. Here they try to cover. There was some conjunction for Jupiter and Venus planet. So they give public talk and then try to explain the solar system and so on. And in that picture at the left, they went to very good place for observation. It's called Al-Bajrawiya in North Sudan. And also collaborate with organization called STEAM, and I will be talking about this later on. Here again, the same Amateur Astronomy Society, they got invited from Khartoum University Faculty of Medicine. And then they asked them to make some event to explain some astronomical topic. Like for example, they try to explain some space mission like Event Horizon, and some cosmic concept like space-time, and also for a dynamic of a solar system. Okay, here also a very important program for myself as well. So in 2019, we organized a very small school, me and my colleague Wasila Hamid. We got support from our university, Omdurman Islamic University, and also Institute of Space Research and Neuroscience called ISRA. And also I will talk about this in next slide. Two of us, we try to introduce people or student, undergraduate and and postgraduate to the astrophotometric, the basic things. And so we start to give some workshop for Python program, and then introduce from machine learning to deep learning, and also how to deal with the big astronomical data. So here, like a different version of 2019, 2022, and 2021. Yes, we did something in 2022. So after 2019, after usual program of SASI school, we try to do some outreach program after school for a student, and so we went for a public place to just do some observation and also talk to people around us. And 2022, my colleague, they did, I was not there. My colleague, they did an amazing job to go to North Darfur. Basically, it's a Zamzam refugee camp, and they try to explain for students from primary school and secondary school some astronomical topic. As I mentioned in the previous slide, we have also this Institute of Space Research and Neuroscience. So also they usually they organize this kind of event with World Space Week day, let's say, but for 1 week. So they arrange a mini session, include astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, and space science. In 2022, also, they just go for online session with all this invited speaker. And also we have our school, SAS, and after that, we are doing some outreach activities. Last thing that I want to mention about is Sudanese Society for Astronomy and Space Science. It's led by Dr. Maawia Shaddat from Khartoum University, Department of Physics. So he and his group, and also collaboration from NASA, they used to able to discover and collect one of famous meteoroid in Sudan called Al-Mahatta Sitta. And if you want to go for more details, here's the article. And also because his collaboration and he did too much effort for these things, they give this astronaut name in his name. It's called 33 Shaddat. Okay, now the conflict in Sudan. Like 8 into 24 and close to 16 months, the war between Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, and Rebate Support Forces, RSF. And they are, by the way, they are still continue fighting. A thousand of people have been killed during fighting, and they are very complicated situation in Sudan in terms of security and in terms of a lot of things that I cannot, let me avoid these things. So like, even they are still now, they are multi frontline still going on in Khartoum and Kordofan, Darfur and Sinnar. And in terms of displacement, like in total more than 2.5 million people have been forced to leave their houses, and about 1.5 million they are faces many security and bad situation in Sudan. And it's I can say that is the largest internal displacement happen in the world. If I will go for a statistic, how can I get back? Thank you. If I will be highlighted very quickly statistic for displacement, and the left side is the internal displacement happening in Sudan. So this from the Global Data Institute estimate that more than 10 million individuals have become internal displacement, and in this left map is the people who used to be in the neighbor countries, and it's like about 2.5 million stay there. And it's for me, I got shocked from this statistic. If you could see that from 20 to 23 up last month, the things is get decrease, and this for the people who used to immigrate to another country, neighbor talks. So there are a lot of programs get impacted because of conflict. One of it is education. And saying more, like the children have been out of school. 90% of 19 billion children in Sudan have no access to education now. Because many of schools building become a shelter or totally destroyed. Also, in 2023, 2022, we're supposed to have this school, Sudanese School of Astrophysics and Space Physics, funded by ICTP, and collaboration with my supervisor, Shoaib Razak from Johannesburg University, and also Prof. Marcus from Northwest University. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And also our school, so the Sudanese Annual Astrophysics School, and other outreach programs that I mentioned in all previous slides. Now our current effort during this conflict, we try to conduct some online meetings, seminar, and talk, and also assist graduate students to access to internet and encourage them to apply for a different scholarship program. And provide online teaching, and that's what we are doing now. Like I'm giving some online courses, and when I say online courses, it's just not Zoom Zoom class. I will gonna record the lecture note and prepare the lecture note in PDF and send it to them, and then we can discuss later on. And how was it? And like in my astrophysics courses, I have like 16 students. Half of them, they were not able to access to internet. So maybe we are doing this later on for them. And also we try to help any graduate student as much as we can, especially to this student in the final year. The last thing that I want to mention for activity and outreach program is team, as I mentioned before. So this organization, they start doing some outreach work for primary school, and they arrange short and long camp and training program in different things, include astronomy. And our students are collaboration also with them, doing astronomy and space science. And also, as I mentioned, they have many topic like engineering, biology, art and music. And the important things that I want to mention, this organization, they used to immigrate to Egypt, and also they still help and doing this outreach activities in Egypt. This is the only things is still going on. And last things that I mentioned, that we try to help our graduate students. So here we have example Ines. She used start her master program in Sudan, and then war happened, and then she used to migrate from different places until she now in Botswana. And this after she got fund from Euro Planet Collaboration and the Pan Africa Planetary and Space Science Week. And I would like to thank Miriana to help her to get this opportunity. And now she is Botswana under Supervisor Adams. She's doing cosmology. And yeah, this is my last slide. And let me finish with this with quote from Sudanese writer Al-Tayyib Saleh. He said that, and let me say this in Arabic: السودان فأنا أحمله بين جوانحي أينما ذهبت وحيثما ذهبت هذا هو الوجع البدائي واللانهائي. شكرا.
Thank you very much. And this time we do have time for about one question before we move on.
Thank you so much for educating us on everything that's going on. I was wondering if you had any recommendations for those of us that are in the US, Europe, Australia, and institutions of a lot of power. How can we support your community and your efforts?
Thank you for your things. Now we are going for these online courses. So if I invited everyone in this room, if you want to help us, it will be helpful also. Just contact me. And also, you need to contact me. But yeah.
Well, once again, thank you very much. And
thank you.
And there should be an opportunity for further questions. Right now, we'll move on to our panel discussion here at the end of this session for astronomy conflict zones. And I'd like to ask the panel to assemble up here at the table. Assemble first. So if the panel members would come up front. And just take a seat. And while we're beginning, we're going to start out with two short introductory presentations. The first will be from Miriana, and the second will be from Alejandro Lopez, who's joining us online. And then we'll get into the actual just panel discussion, questions and answers.
Okay, good. So this will be a very short presentation. I would really like to thank to all presenters once again, and Tamador in particular, because it's not at all easy to speak about the topic, and in particular when the things that are happening right now. As I said, this will be a very short summary. So we very often talk about the role of astronomy, how we can use astronomy to make our world a better place, but we actually rarely speak about how we can do that and how we can support our students, colleagues, when we are dealing with conflict-affected areas. This is the current picture that we have across the world, where you can see with the latest data what is the current status of the conflicts going on, conflicts of different levels, from extreme up to the turbulent conflicts. And when we come up a bit closer to the statistics, where we are definitely not improving, so currently there is an increment in the conflicts, as I said, of different levels that are going on, with about 40% increment from 2020. In addition to that, we all know that the current situation that we are facing worldwide, with a very strong polarization, probably the worst in the last 100 years, is really worrying. And the question is how from this picture that we have, okay, this is not working. So how from this picture that we have on the left, with a strong polarization, we can again, we can come up to something that is considering the community society as one world, one humankind. So that means that probably more than ever, I would say we as an astronomers should really work on promoting this message that we all live under the same sky in basically our daily activities, so that we can really, in a certain way, contribute, even if it's just a small grain of sand, in the situation that we are living, in bringing or at least decreasing the polarization that is there. So the first thing that I would like to highlight a bit more. So I didn't say at the beginning, so I work currently in Ethiopia, currently and for the past 8 years. And beside the conflicts going on in Ethiopia in the last 4 years, originally I'm from Serbia, so the Balkan Wars marked all my childhood. So I grew up in old Yugoslavia, and as I said, it really marked all my childhood. So the consequences that are there affecting the astronomy education and research. So this talk is a bit from the personal perspective as well. So the loss of life is definitely there. And then it's really important that we keep in mind all different aspects. So on one side, the interruptions in education, that is actually a very big topic that we shall all be really aware of. So once the interruption in education is there, then that will definitely affect the quality of education, interruptions in research, and definitely that will lead to all the drop in productivity. The science we need to plan in the long term, so that is definitely interrupted as well. Funding becomes a huge problem, even if regularly it's there, but when the conflicts come, all the funding will be deviated either toward supporting the war, humanitarian aid, and so on. So both education, science development will suffer, and then the loss of talents among the children, students, and then the loss of experts as well, and the increment of the brain drain. We could see that currently all the staff members that were there in Sudan, they're all abroad. In Ethiopia, we are facing very similar situation as well. So it's really a disaster. And then we come to the infrastructure, either damaged infrastructure, interruption infrastructure development, institutional development, communication barriers, very important as well. And then all of that will also affect the international collaboration. So even if the collaborations were there, they definitely will be affected. Something that is very important is lack of awareness. No? Nowadays, all of us on the daily basis, we hear about the war going on and conflicts in Israel, in Ukraine, but rarely you will hear in media about the wars going on in Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, or Congo. So that will definitely affect the lack of awareness, how the international collaborations are carried out. Very important, the loss of astronomical, culture, historical heritage, and then we come to the two last points that are, there are others as well. That is the political polarization. So once the conflict starts, the whole community will be exposed to this polarization, which is a strong, the weight for the people that live in conflict-affected areas. And finally, the last point, when especially the conflicts extend in time, the normalization of violence becomes our daily life. So we just get used to it. And however, that brings a huge amount of emotional, psychological stress and living in the conditions that are really affected by the anxiety and the sense of hopelessness. So how we can use astronomy to actually help our community, in particular students, colleagues. Well, I would really like to highlight that the night sky can be used as a source of hope. This is not a joke. I mean, the night sky can really offer us the beauty, but also its infinity, the safe space. It offered to me when I was a child. I know that it's offering to many other children that are there, and this is something to be really take into account. When we use the astronomy research, it also can be used as mental therapy. So using it, research in general, including astronomy, to focus a bit our mindset to other aspects of day-to-day life, and not only what is the crazy situation that is surrounding us. Astronomy can also bring people together. Here on the left, on the bottom, on the right, sorry, you can see the picture from the meeting in November last year in Ethiopia, where from different ethnic groups that are currently under the conflict, we actually brought together, which really brings through astronomy different dialogues. So similar what Francesca was talking about, but a bit on a different scale. And then the power of astronomy to promote education when children are doing their education and living under and students under the conflict-affected, in conflict-affected areas, using astronomy to actually promote education and science and pushing them so that they don't actually give up is really, really important, because that education will transform really their life, whatever that comes. And here you can just see some of the pictures from different activities in Ethiopia, our colleagues in Nigeria, in Mali as well. And to finalize, I'm running out of time. So what are the needs and what we can do as a community, and what is really needed to be done? Because as I said, rarely we speak about this topic. So we need more awareness. So this is maybe a start. We need more awareness among us as astronomers, as a scientific community. We need to strengthen really the visits to schools, university, as long as it is safe and secure. If not, there are different opportunities, as Tamador mentioned, online, to strengthen really all type of activities that are related with astronomy education. So as soon as the country, the situation is stable, the activities can be carried out, and I can speak a lot about it as well. So the activities helping the students, colleagues that are doing astronomy education, like teacher trainings and so on, is really fundamental. We really need dedicated scholarships for students, researchers, early career researchers that we still don't have among our community. Dedicated scholarships that are focused on students working, living in conflict-affected areas. The same for the research visits, for professors, colleagues that are there, so that they can actually not give up, not leave their research, but in the same time, help them to overcome all the challenges. Dedicated funding for research collaborations. There are research collaborations going on, but nobody thinks about people that are actually going through most of the challenges. Dedicated funding for attending meetings, for research infrastructure, like access to the research infrastructure, telescope time, grids, and so on. Wait fees for publications, that is very important. To strengthen the student supervision so that we can really bring the community interested to support. Dedicated funding for essential infrastructure, so essential as computers, because it's really an important point. And then to support different research activities, like once as I said, like the security issues are fine, put the effort to organize the workshops, trainings, schools, meetings in the areas that pass through the traumatic situation. And then astronomy refugees. Now in Ukraine, we saw that it can be done when the will is there. So the science refugees, it's possible to have. So the wars are happening not only in Ukraine. So if it was possible to be done with Ukraine, it can be done with other countries as well. And the last 2 points, and I will stop with that, is to actually, we really do need to bring the community together, all of us that are interested to actually support each other in this aspect, and to actually design the specific activities that are related with promoting peace through astronomy, promote the astronomy for a peaceful, promote the peaceful use of space, and then the activities related with promoting the message that we all live under the same sky. So that means basically that under all different initiatives that are there, organizations like IAU, AFA, CS, and so on, we really do need a specific themes and activities that are related with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mariana. And now we'll have our fifth panelist join us. We'll speak for a few minutes, Alejandro Lopez, and then we'll start the discussion.
Hi, please use the pre-record video that I upload to the website.
Hi, Alejandro, you're on.
Please use the video that I shared in the website. Hi, my name is Alejandro Lopez from Argentina. I am astronomer and anthropologist from the University of Buenos Aires and CONICET. This talk is about astronomy as a conflict zone. First, our ideas of the world need to be adapted not only to the non-human world they attempt to describe, but also to the human world from and for which they were conceived. We are building as subjects by our participation in worlds of meaning, deeply imbricated with the societies to which we belong. Social construction of knowledge does not mean simply collective work, but neither does it mean arbitrariness. It means that human knowledge is contingent and of a social nature from its roots. Cultural astronomy is an interdisciplinary effort to think about the relationship between different human groups, ethnicities, social classes, professional groups, etc., and the sky as a social cultural product. And yes, that includes academic astronomy. The importance of recognizing the cultural character of science is obstacled by the process of autonomization of the scientific field that is linked to an imaginary of political and cultural autonomy. Here are some examples of this. For example, invisibilization of gender inequalities, invisibilization of relationships with, of science with entertainment, for example, and the invisibilization of the role of social and economic classes. This IAU 100 years logo is a metaphor with good intentions, but based on the illusion of the exceptionality of our relationships with the sky. This idea of a relationship with the sky that is neutral, independent of politics and economics, universally, culturally and socially independent, altruistic, beyond any particular interest. This extended misconception of astronomy as a discipline that, in itself, could be universal, neutral, and altruistic, favors the generation of many conflicts. Some consequences of the social cultural character of academic astronomy are, for example, that academic astronomy is not a homogeneous undertaking of a single problem that has developed in successive stage of over the centuries. As a social cultural process, it has not predefined essence or nature. Also, the stories we tell ourselves about astronomy have a performative nature and play an important role in shaping it. The regimes of truth, prestige, and relevance in astronomy are socially constructed. Some examples of conflicts generated by academic astronomy ignoring this social cultural character of itself. First, for example, the conflicts with astronomical large facilities. In these large facilities, science is view itself as a spearhead for the development. They talk to the public, thinking about urban middle class of central countries, and for this reason, for example, environmental considerations are more relevant than the local population concerns. They use a top-down politics, negotiation with national governments. The local interests are represented by local and national institutions, non-local institutions. Local people can't refuse a project, and local academics play either no role or subordinate roles. They present a false dichotomy, development against tradition. Another example, the conflicts generated by the hierarchization of academic disciplines. For example, in astronomy, we want a better relationship with the societies of which we are part, but the experts in the relevant areas are not consulted by academic astronomers as equals. Another example, the conflicts around astronomy education. Huge amount of material about the astronomy of different cultures used in teaching and public communication of astronomy have not methodological rigor. Astronomy of other cultures are frequently used in an anecdotal manner as a kind of curious introduction to the strange things that we have thought before the arrival of Western science. Many basic astronomy education programs are based on telescopic astronomy and a perspective from outside the Earth's surface. These programs lack a perspective grounded in local needs, interests, knowledge, and context, usually linked to naked eye, horizontal, and landscape-connected astronomy. Another example, academic reactions to the suspicion in academic astronomy that do not scientifically approach this social phenomenon. For example, they don't use studies like the Research Gallup Global Monitor 2018, that is the largest survey of public attitudes towards science. Some of the conclusions of this study are countries with better income distribution have more confidence in science. Distrust in science is linked to distrust in other institutions, especially local government, and also with distrust in science education at school. Distrust in science is also related to the experience of feeling excluded from the benefits of science. As a result, many public interventions of astronomers about this kind of situations are based on disciplinary common sense and are very paternalistic. It's for this reason that it's so important, the new IAU efforts to approach interdisciplinary the study of astronomy as part of society, in particular, the Cultural Sensitive Sites Group and the new C5 Commission of the IAU about cultural astronomy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro. And with that, Mariana, I will turn the discussion over to you.
Thank you very much, Steve. So maybe we can put the Zoom there so that we can see Alejandro. Okay, great. Great, so now the questions, comments, so the panelists are here. Okay, I think Martin, then Richard.
So since the term Western came up again, I give you a slightly different perspective on that, because I find the term Western culture actually quite misleading, because it's only Western if we look at about the last 600 years. If you go further back and you find pretty much all the roots of the so-called Western culture, actually Eastern Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, all the way to India. It's not the indigenous culture of Western Europe.
You can press there, Talina, I think you want to go ahead? Yeah, you just press there and you can, yeah. Yeah, this one, it should close it.
Each one is
Yeah, each one has.
Thanks. I'm not sure what's your point though. I mean, what are you trying to come across as that we should look at it differently, or can you expand on it?
I find this perspective quite interesting, because we're talking about colonization, right? It's not only, there's this Western culture has always been in Western Europe. It's spread around the world. It's far more complex than that.
Yeah,
I mean, we see part of Europe being colonized from the Eastern Mediterranean. We see effects from Arabia and southern Italy. And, you know, we see indigenous cultures in Western Europe that have very little visibility, and we've lost the connections there as well. So it's a far more global problem, I think, in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's very complex and it's also a global problem. And it doesn't mean actually it's restricted to one region. But right now we are mostly talking about modern science, which is actually coming from the Western and global North.
Maybe you can continue the conversation because I think it's quite broad. Maybe you can also continue the conversation after. Let me give a.
Yeah, I would like to respond to something that Talina said in his talk, which, by the way, is a great talk. I really enjoyed it. It struck a chord with me that when you said that people in countries which have a large indigenous population, like Australia, should try to include some of the indigenous science in the curriculum. And that's exactly what we're trying to do at my university, Macquarie University in Sydney, but it's hard. And we're a School of Mathematical and Physical Sciences. The physicists and astronomers got together to really think about how to include Aboriginal science in our curriculum. The best thing that we could come up with, and that's been recommended to the faculty, is to have a faculty level introductory course for first year students, because the science that comes from the Aboriginals doesn't fit in the curriculum of how we teach physics at the level that our accreditation bodies will accept it. And that is the problem, right? We're very willing to engage, and there's a process of reconciliation going on in Australia, very willing to do that at the university level, but the level of science that is required by the accreditation bodies cannot be reconciled with what the Aboriginal population originally came up with. And that was mostly used for agriculture and things like that. So it was helpful from a practical perspective, but it doesn't necessarily teach us about the physics. And that is the problem here.
Yeah, I have a different question, maybe suggestion. I wonder if there is a central repository or website for opportunities, maybe scholarships or visits to different places for the people, scientists in the conflict zones, students, so that they can use it to find what is available and where can they go and perhaps get some funding to visit, attend conferences or things like that. I wonder if there is some central database or something like that.
Well, maybe I can answer on that. As far as I know, not. Under the AFAS, the African Astronomical Society, we started working on the on a sort of I mean, similar to the repository that you mentioned, not only for the conflict affected areas, but like on the broader scale. But we definitely do need something like that. So if we manage to get like, you know, under different associations, the particular like working groups, bodies, offices that are actually focused on, you know, because right now there is nothing. Even if you take the IAU, there are so many different divisions, commissions, working groups, you know, all up to the inclusion diversity. But when it comes to the community that is actually in the most needs, we don't really have specific activities. So right now the activities are spread between the OED, some proposals, the education office, some proposal, outreach, some proposal, but is nothing really focused on, you know, systematic work, continuous follow-up, and that we can bring really people who are interested. So I think there is a lot really to be done. You know? I think Alejandro has his hand, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's only a brief comment. It's about the inclusion of other kind of knowledge, like indigenous knowledge. The point is we need at first the recognition of the social character of all knowledge, included academic knowledge. From this point of view, you can start by recognize the complexity, the logics and ends and goals of this different knowledge. Because if you don't start for this point of view, it's impossible to construct a dialogue. You have the right to have your own goals in academics, but you don't have the right to think that our goals are the only ones, and our media to approach to these goals are, for this reason, the only ones. Different societies and different human groups have different kind of interest about the sky and about the world, and construct their activities connected with these goals. I think this is a very basic start point, and we are not very successful in doing that.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, Jesus, then I'll come here.
Thank you for this opportunity. In the case of academic astronomy and traditional knowledge, how could we avoid the dangers of pseudoscience?
Thank you. Of pseudoscience. Talina, you want to go? I think it's the closest to you.
So I can maybe add not just pseudoscience, astrology, for example. So both pseudoscience and astrology is somewhat integrated in culture. And the more we go back, you can see these are a bit integrated. And but we also I don't think we also don't so much of a debunking things. And it's mostly how do we sort of look at what are we teaching right now and make sure that the things we are teaching right now are more scientific and not so much worry about actually breaking somebody's belief systems. Because in certain ways, certain cultures it's their way of thinking, it's their way of life, and we don't really need to sort of disrupt that way of thinking. We can still sort of find ways to coexist and in harmony somewhat. But when it comes to like education, co-curriculum, and like university education, maybe that's where we can put the focus on to make sure that these are more scientific thinking.
Thank you. So to include all panelists, I'll give the priority to questions, comments that are related with Francesca's and Tamador's presentations. Yes? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as you said, my question is for those of you who work in the conflict zone or post-conflict zone. If you had to deal with local authorities and governments, what sort of problems you had to navigate? If you have success stories or not, how did you manage to kind of pull them and convince them basically to support your activities?
Let me. So actually, currently in Sudan, you cannot talk to the government because there's not even education, no primary school, no universities. So that what we are trying to do is just online classes. This now we are.
Yeah, this is a challenging topic. So in our case, we reached out to the government in Cyprus and the leadership of the Turkish Cypriot community to ask to get official recognition of the project from the ministries of education, so that the ministries of education could, tell schools, this is a project that we invite you to participate in, which would mean that we could then bring children together during school hours, for example, to participate in these activities in the United Nations buffer zone. However, we reached out to the ministries for education, and we were essentially ignored by both ministries at the time. And so one way around this was that we actually, the children were brought together to the United Nations controlled buffer zone outside of school hours. So this was done on the weekend, but this of course complicated the logistics a lot, because it meant that we had to find teachers who were willing to give away their weekend and, come on the weekend outside of being, their working hours, and also bring the children together. The other thing to maybe highlight is that there was a period where the kind of leadership from the two communities did start working together and promoting educations that were aimed at peace building measures. So they did have some educational activities of bringing together children from the two communities, but these are very fragile also in post-conflict states, of course. And so, for example, that initiative now kind of fell apart. So there was a technical committee from the two sides that worked on peace building measures and educational activities, but when you have a change in leadership, then that can often stop. So it's good to have the support from the governments, but it's also very fragile depending on who's in power.
Just, yeah, maybe just a few things to add. Well, if the conflict is happening right now, you cannot really do much, no, but as long as, you know, in all that is related with post-conflict, you know, conditions, and then even when there are like turbulent conflicts, that it's not like a continuous in time. I mean, in many cases, I mean, a lot of the activities can be done. And it always has to be in collaboration with, you know, the authorities, local authorities, regional authorities, and so on. So it cannot be going, you know, in a different direction. So it has to be in collaboration, and normally, as long as there is no any kind of political, you know, influence, I mean, as long as it's related with education, research, in particular, in our case, it's fundamental science, the activities can be carried out, yeah, normally, yeah. Okay, Fluvio.
Thank you very much, Mirjana. Yeah, my name is Fulvio. I've been working for 9 years in Botswana, so I'm speaking only about what's going on in Africa. So I have a comment, and then I want to highlight a controversy. So the comment is that I think we should embrace a change of paradigm as far as funding for activities in Africa are concerned, because there is a lot of money. Like Europe alone put more than 90 million euros for African PIs to come up with their own projects. And it's fundamental science, capacity building, mobilities, and so on. But if you talk with the directorates in Europe, they tell you that people don't apply, simply don't apply, because there is a sort of disbelief and general disbelief from African scientists, from my own colleagues in Botswana. They simply think they don't have to apply because, you know, European funds is just for Europe. And again, I'm European origin, but I work in Botswana, so these are my two point of view. Mirjana knows we have a project. We have 62 scholarships for planetary space science, so astronomy, space geology, and planetary geology, and so on. And we struggle to get people to apply. Again, because students don't think they're worth that much, or sometimes they don't know how to apply, or they cannot find a supervisor that can help them. So this is something that has to be solved at the root, so with our colleagues, because a lot of money is out there, believe me. In conflict zone, we got a student, she applied to our scholarship. She was in Mekelle. Then the war broke out in the Tigray. We lost contact, and this is the controversy that I'm raising now. And I spent months talking to every single embassy, United Nations offices, asking for help. We had all the paper. Botswana government was very keen to help. The problem is that you can have all the money in the world, but if no official communication exists from the other side, in our case is what the United Nations or the Ethiopian government, nobody helped these students to leave the war zone. And she told us her story. We had to send her money out of our own pocket, and she got into a truck and she smuggled herself out of the war zone in order to get to the airport where we were waiting for her. So tell me, what am I going to do with my millions from Europe if there's nothing on the ground that can help these students? I mean, our millions are worthless. So, and this is the real controversy, is that it's not funding that is needed, it's logistical support on the ground. Every time I raise this issue, they tell me, yes, but the African Union, yes, but the African Union. Now you talk to the African Union and they say, yes, but there is an African Space Agency. Well, that's your comment, not mine. I'm just saying that there, on the paper, there is a route for this, but in fact, it's not working. So maybe this an astronomer, I'm a geologist, I'm here like as a host, as a guest. Maybe this huge and fantastic International Astronomical Union can help the reality on the ground to finally found an institutional way of getting students like Enas in Sudan, like Trahas in Ethiopia, Mekelle, to get their paper stamped and leave the war zone. Because again, it's not a matter of money. It's a matter of cooperation on the ground. It's a matter of political solutions that as scientists, we should be able to solve. Sorry for the long.
Okay, no problems. Thank you very much, Fulvio. You mentioned many points that are really important. I mean, definitely people, when they are trapped in the war zone and there is no way to go out, they lose opportunities. And I mean, as your experience in Ethiopia with the northern part, I mean, in that case, it's very hard to actually settle the situation. I think we have to finish in 4 minutes. So I will give a chance here. If you can, like, quick question.
Sure, no problem. Thank you all so much for the fantastic panel. I learned so much and just really appreciate all of your time today. Quick thought for the gentleman mentioning the classes and the issue with accreditation from the various bodies. One thought would be to potentially partner with other departments, so social sciences, history, to get the class, but maybe not necessarily have to have it be a physics class. Got it. Thank you. And then my question was for Temador. The funding that you secured for the program in Sudan that wasn't able to take place, is that funding that you think will be able to be available to your organization later on or repurposed for the online courses you're currently doing to still support your work? Thank you.
Yeah, for online courses, just we are just do it like this. Our staff member that I mentioned, all of them. And for the other program funding is actually for Miliana and also Hassan Abdullah that they help like Inas, and also I just forget to mention about Huzaifa Brema. Also they got this chance from a Review Planet collaboration and Ban Africa program, but I don't have too much detail.
Actually, it was Fulvio who is there who said yes to Enas. So thanks to Fulvio's funding, we managed to bring Enas to Botswana and get her out of Sudan. Okay, so I think, do we have quick one question or we shall, any other quick question before we continue, before we finish, especially from online participants? Do we have any final question, comment? Anything in the chat? No? Okay, Rosa, yes.
Thank you, Miliana. Thank you to all the panelists for making all of us very uncomfortable. It's just I'm thinking practicalities here. Imagine that with the help of OED, Miliana, and everyone that knows what they're doing, we establish a program to support teachers and schools in conflict zones. Where do we start? I mean, we have resources. Everybody knows that astronomical resources are thousands of them in English or in Portuguese or whatever. Or how do we contact? How do we find who needs help and how to provide help? And is there internet? Is there mobile phones? Or, I mean, every situation will be different. So how in your vision can we actually be? Because one thing is you say, okay, these are the conflict zones and these are the zones that need help. The other thing, okay, we want to help. Now what? So I think some thought on to be efficient here.
Yes, thank you, Rosa. Any of you would like? Yes, Francesca, go ahead.
I think this is a really excellent point, and at least from my experience in the kind of post conflict zone, I think yeah, having the local contacts who know what is needed in each local context is very important, because you want this to be led
from kind of the grassroots up, right? So I think it's really important to have a structure, perhaps something like within the IAU, that's a place that people can go to, but then those people will know what is needed on the ground, and each context will be very different. So yeah, I think starting something that says we have resources that we want to make available now, how can we help, is already a huge step forward, that people know where they can go to.
Yes. Okay, any, Tamador, Talina, would you like to add anything? No? Okay, I think you
Yes.
gave a sign. Okay, okay. Thank you for this very moving astronomical. Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. Well, I agree fully with Francesca. I would add that, well, personally, I think that under the IAU, as the, you know, as the biggest professional, I mean, organization that brings all of us together, I really believe that we do need some kind of structure. Personally, I believe we need office. We can bring that to the OED, but focusing in particular to conflict zones. So on one side, through that, we can bring community, like for any other initiative that we have under the IAU, we can bring the community that is interested in, doing the activities. There is already a lot going on, but on individual basis, individual initiatives, but it's really important to bring a bit of networking within that. And then, as Francesca mentioned, start activities in strong collaboration with the local community. Through that, you can understand what is the scenario behind, what can be done, what cannot be done, what are the needs, and particular activities can be defined, you know. And then, I mean, definitely for that, the funding is needed. So that can be also part of it, you know. Well, I think we have to now stop here. Thank you everyone for staying with us for this session, and in particular, many thanks to all panelists, and all speakers. So thank you everyone. Let us give one applause for all of us.
I'll just add my thanks to all the panelists for a fascinating discussion, and thank you all for being here, attending and listening to it.
I don't know, Richard, do you want to close because it's the last session?
All right, this will be my last official act as president of Division C. And Edward, my successor, is not even here. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming. We've had a very difficult time in putting a program together, but for the entire duration of the 2 days, the room has been pretty full. So I'm very pleased to see that people engaged. As Rosa just said, maybe we weren't happily engaged, we were uncomfortable, but I think that's necessary. And so I think we've actually got a plan to engage with conflict zones, and Mariana will be our next vice president. So the onus is on you, Mariana, to take this forward. I'm more than happy to help. I think a lot of people in the room are happy to help. So once again, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the GA.